Welcome to the stream, everyone. Let me just do a check. Good. Okay, so I hope everyone is doing okay and good today. I'm a bit tired. I did like a lot of work yesterday, of course. I'm nearly finished with a next chapter of my textbook, and that's going to be released very, very, very soon, probably today, probably today, since I've already finished 6.1 and 6.2. Yeah, probably today. Today, we're going to be doing a coding challenge similar to what we did last week, in that I'm going to explain some concepts, but there will be some new concepts that we introduce from the chapter that I wrote but have not released, so we'll learn some new things. Um, so today it's going to be about what I call the Withering Road, which is a very similar game to the Oregon Trail, which if you may not have grown up on this, basically in middle school, whenever I was growing up with computers for the first time, the teachers had no idea what to do with computers when they first got them in the high schools and the elementary schools. So what they did was sit us in front of a computer and play like two different games. And the game they played at first was like this reading rabbit game, which focused on reading skills and a little bit of math skills. You had to put things on a factory like I Love Lucy, that sort of thing. It was and solve math equations. And then there was the second thing they always ended with, which was the Oregon Trail. And basically, they were always excited when anyone could beat that game because it's a very devastating game. Obviously, I like those types of games. I play Elden Ring, right? And Dark Souls and things like that. So I wanted to make something like that because, well, it teaches a bit about abstract classes and interfaces. So we can use those to introduce things like encounters along the road, where you have, in Oregon Trail is a very simple system. We're going to create a little bit more complex. But so you could have a lot of just simple random events happen. But I'm going to have us have a bit of a system to deal with some of the things that happen. Basically, if we are attacked by bandits, for instance, along the road, which wasn't something in the Oregon Trail, obviously, but if we are, then I'm going to have us have a companion that we have two to start with, and they'll try to keep us alive, and we have to try to keep them alive. But we have a companion that deals with bandits, and we also have a companion that deals with fog. I'm going to go ahead and get started with a little bit of the coding. I haven't really opened anything yet, so let me just create a new folder and call this, let's see, new folder. I have something on this, Withering Road, and let's select that folder. Okay. Uh, uh, uh. Let me start this, and of course I'll increase the size of everything whenever I get everything started. I can increase that. That should be good. But I hope everyone's doing okay. Did I enable the ads? I didn't mean to enable the ads. Give me a second. Let me disable those in case they're enabled. Uh, mm, it's hard to find the setting. I'll get there. One sec, and I think I have it. Oh, okay, so ads should be disabled now for everyone. So I don't want to really do. Give me a sec. Back to the. I had to get back to where I was on my stream manager to make sure that I can see the comments. Stream summary, not really what I want. It'll take me a second to get back there. Give me a sec. There we go. Okay. So there shouldn't be ads for people now. I wanted to disable those since this I still could consider like a part of my class because there was a class scheduled today. But I have started a new program in Visual Studio Code. I'll be using, for people that don't know and new to the stream, I'll be using Visual Studio Code. You can use whatever IDE you feel like, so long as it can compile C# code, because I'll be using C# as the language of choice. And I am just going to start a new console project. For VS Code, you do .NET new console. I could probably do one more to start a new console app. But whatever it requires for you to have a new console app, go ahead and do that. Last week yeah, that's fine. Just go ahead. Last week I had a game config, and I'm going to have a game config this week. But since I haven't really created anything this time, I'm going to try to have to depend on what I was working on before and see what I can do with it. Let's see. First of all, I'm going to create a namespace for our project, and that usually follows the folder structure. Namespace, the Withering Road. And then I'm going to go ahead and create a public class program to be in our program.cs class to have our main method. Class program. And I'm going to set up our menu system, I think, first. Just so we have something to display to the user, and that's a good place usually to start with a console-based UI. This is all going to be in the console, not graphical, so, well, there's going to be some status displays. All right, so I would make a public static void, void, one character, I swear, and it just like wants to type so much. Main. Yeah, there we go. And right now, all I want to do is a console dot write line just to make sure I have everything set up. I just want to make sure I can run things. .NET run. Give it a sec. Okay, good. Now I will go ahead and make a console-based UI. Okay, to do that, I'm going to use what's called a raw string literal. So that allows me to print a console.writeLine statement for a string on multiple lines. So first of all, I'm going to say console.writeLine. And it doesn't need to be an interpolated string, so don't need a dollar sign before it. If you need a variable inside of any type of string, you put a dollar sign first. But all I'm doing is printing a menu. And right now, I think the format for raw string literals is you start with three or more quotes and you end with the same number of quotes. If you want the text completely flush with the beginning of the line, then you put it right where the delimiter of the three quotes is. So I'm going to say something. I think I have some strings that are stored that look kind of nice. So I'm going to at least use those. Let's see. Here we go. I have some icons and some strings I want to use for some flair. Welcome to the Withering Road. And the next line I'm going to say, let's see. I will get the menu out, I think. Debating on if I want to put this. I think I'll just do this. Yeah, I'll do a console.writeLine, and then I'll put a loop for the rest. So I'll do this one in a single statement, and then I'll put a loop for our menu. So I'll do a console.writeLine single statement, which means just a simple little statement, and that's where I'll put this at, and then I'll put a menu in that. Because this is just going to welcome to the program. I don't want them to see that message every time a loop runs, so I'm going to just create that and put that there. I'm not sure why I went with that icon, but it looked interesting. And let's see, I'm going to create a loop for our console-based UI to repeat the menu. To do that, I'm going to use a while loop, which means that while something is true, then run the code inside it. Last week, I showed the reverse of while something is not false, continue, but I'm going to show the positive way of doing it this time, because there are a bit different ways you can do this. You can also do while true. And then that would have an infinite loop that you would have to find a way of exiting out of. But I'm going to create a simple Boolean variable, and I'll say bool running equals false. Well, true, actually. We want it to stay running. Sure, man, that's spelling and stuff. My eyes are getting there, but I'll get there in a sec. Running. So while something is true, continue on. And I'm going to print the menu first. And the menu is going to have several options that are similar to Oregon Trail, where we have first, we're going to have a way of moving forward. I'm just going to copy and paste that, move forward. And then we're going to have a way of hunting for food. And we're going to have a way of searching for oil. So basically, what we have to do in this game is make sure that we don't run out of lantern oil because then it's too dark for us to see anything. And we can't run out of food or else I think food will be hurting our companions that we have to keep alive. It might not be an instant death. It depends on how I want to do the rules of the game. All right, so that'll be our menu. Some cute little icons. That's why I did it that way. Hunt for food, search for oil, view current status, and exit game. Let me get up to where I can see the yeah chat. I should be able to see the chat just fine. All right, I think yeah I can see how many people. Okay, so now we have to actually do something with these choices, and a simple switch should work fine. So you have a few different ways that you can deal with a menu. You can use a switch to get the choice. You can use a if statement to get the choice, or you can use a switch expression to get the choice. Like I could set running equals to switch or the yeah, I'd have to do a switch expression on it, but I'm trying to remember even the format. I think I just want a regular Switch. Let's see. Thinking about that format though. Yeah, you have to do the expression in the Switch. But anyway, it would be console dot right line Switch, and then you would have to do some stuff like yeah. Anyway, that would be a start, but I don't really want to do it that way. I want just a simple switch. You could set the running variable equal to false if you want to do it that way, but I think very simple switch is fine. So first of all, I want to switch on the console.read line. I did write lines while it was game playing. Um, and I'm going to have several cases, obviously. 5 is going to exit the game, 1 through 4 are going to do things. So first of all, I'm going to go ahead and start with exit game. Easy way to start. So to have a switch, you need cases, and that's like saying, okay, what does the console.readline equal? If in the case that it equals 5, what we need to do is set the running variable to false and break out of the switch, meaning exit the switch. But there are 4 other cases. Right now, I just want to test that one. And we should be able to do nothing with that, nothing with that, nothing with that, nothing with that, and exit the game. Good. Okay, so exiting the game is covered. Now we need to actually do some things with the other options. So I'm just going to create some, I think some methods. Let me see, what do I want to do? Right now, I think I'll do console.writeLine for some things. Case 1. Console.writeLine, just for temporary measures, until we create all the methods that we need to get all this to work. And I'm going to say, let's see, moving forward and break. After each case, you have to have a break statement or return statement. You could do that, which either breaks out of the switch or exits. If you want to combine cases, you'd have to get rid of this, and that would combine case 5 and 1 to do the same thing. But now we'll do case 2, which is just going to be console.writeLine, and that's going to be hunting for food. And then case 3, I can just copy this and create it. 3 and 4. 3, 4, and then you can put oil. And then view current status. I think we'll have some interesting displayed status for how we actually see where we are on a journey. Obviously, we'll print the simple things like how much food you have, how much oil you have, and the status of your companions, because we're going to have 2 companions that help with encounters along the way. But I want to make sure that we also print some extra information like where we are in the journey. All right, so but that'll be a start. So this should exit out and this should just print console.write lines everywhere. And I am going to go ahead and let's see, where are we at? Running, and I don't need the terminal so big anymore. And decide where we want to start. So we're going to have to create some classes that deal with all this. So there's going to be a class for the journey that will deal with moving in the journey, like moving forward and encounters and things like that. For hunting for food and looking for oil, we'll create and we'll have an interface. And I'll explain what those are, but I'm trying to think of what would be the easiest. We can't really even view our status yet because we don't have all the rest developed. So I think the very first thing we should do is not even have the interface yet, but have them unimplemented at first and then go with the moving forward option. So let's do that. And then what I want to do is create some folder structures here because right now we just have this one class. So I'm going to create a class for our core. I'm just going to go ahead and create the folders. I'm going to have a folder for encounters to group classes together. And I'm going to have a folder for configuration. That's going to hold our game config. A static class that will hold properties so we don't hard code values in. Like if we want to balance the game, I'll have a configuration to make sure that I'm able to change the values easily. If, for instance, I start them with 10 food and decide that's not enough, then I'm going to make sure that we increase that value pretty easily. If I have a certain chance for finding encounters that tends to be too harsh, like bad weather or bandits, then I'll make sure that we have a way of actually dealing with all that with just setting it values in our game configuration. Um, so we have core, we have encounters, we have configuration. Core will include our journey class and also our player class. Our player is going to be like you can think of it as a caravan. How much health they have left and the status of our other mm, status of their companions and things like that will get from the player class. I think I have one more I'm looking for. Let's see. We have that. We have core, companions. I think that's good though for start. So for this, I think we'll start with we'll get the game config as we go along. So let's go ahead and create a journey class. So I'll create journey.cs. We'll probably have to create these together, the journey and the player, since they'll have to interact with each other. Namespace, and this is going to be the Withering Road.core. And all I'm going to do is create a public class journey. And I'm going to need methods for this, like advancing the journey, um, generating in-game information, displaying current um, information. Let's see, what else do I need? Mm, encounters, things that happen along the road. So they can be things that you specifically do or things that just happen to you as you're traveling along the road. Things that you can do are like the searching for oil or the hunting. But as you go forward, or if you search or hunt, well, maybe just as you go forward, some random events can happen. Like you can encounter some bandits and things like that along the road that might try to take your money or might hurt your resources in some way. So those are the main things that we need to get done. And for the moment, I think I will start with defining our basic properties. So for our journey, we need a way of storing where it starts. And I think for that, one sec. I think for that, I'm going to use a new data structure that I haven't shown you. I think. Give me a second. Okay, so we need towns and things. We need milestones. We need a path. We need some sort of road. We need a road. Um, need a road to travel down. This road is going to consist of different checkpoints, or what we'll say checkpoints along the road, or milestones if you want to say. I think I used milestones whenever I first tried this. And what else do we need? So that's, yeah, let's create our basic properties. And a lot of this will also go into the program class, but advancing the journey, we're going to have to actually advance milestones and things like that, or advance the road we're taking, so we know where we are. Yeah, so I have to think about where I'm going to start. But give me just I'm going to freshen up just a second. Just a small break real fast. 5 minutes to get a drink real fast. I'm having a bit of clogging. All right, so let's start with this. Yeah, let's try this again. I was having trouble talking there. I was getting a bit stuffed up there, so getting a drink real fast. Hmm. Okay. Now I have a bit of caffeine, and I'm going to create some. I think I'll call these milestones. Each road along the journey will be a milestone, and I'm going to use some private variables for that. So simple primitive types. I'm going to have something that stores the total number of locations in the game, the road. Road. So this is going to never change after we're being set. All right, so we'll have a private and we'll store it with we can, since it never changes, I can make it a read only. It's not going to be a property, it's just going to be a field. Total milestones, I'll call them. You can call them what you want. You can call them, they're either checkpoints. There are they're the next road point in the journey. So I'm just calling it a milestone. You can call it a checkpoint. You can call it, no, road points or road check or anything similar to that sort of combination of things. Then we're going to have something that needs to keep track of our current milestone then. So stores, which you can even say location if you want to be that simple, which location. Number, let's see, we're starting at zero for this, starting at zero, because it's going to be easy for an integer to start at zero, right? The player is currently, I guess, and then, so, example, zero is the first location, one is the second, and so on. So I'll have a private read only, I think. No, I have to actually change this. So it's going to be our current location. So we have to change this along the way. So it can't be read only. Current milestone equals zero. Let's see. What do I want to create? I want a way to name our milestones. So I'll go ahead and create a list of milestone names. So we'll have for those that don't know, a list is a collection that keeps things in order by index, 0, 1, 2, etc. Basically, the order that you add them, it's keeps that. And so this list is going to be for displaying the names of the checkpoints, or say location. So in the game, and I can say every location. So I'll create a private, and this one will be read-only. I'm not going to change them in the game. So it'll be a list of ints, and I'm going to call it milestone names, and not do anything yet with them. It's going to yell at me until I set those to something, but I will set those. I'm just setting up things at the moment. Then what do I need? I need some. I'm going to store the log of everything that happens in the game. So if we encounter some bandits along the road, whenever you get to the end of the game, I want to print out you encountered bandits on day two, that sort of thing. So anything that happens in the game, the progress that they made, when a companion may have died, I think I want to print out a log of those things at the end of the game, meaning that if they have a game over, they can see the stats, or if they make it to the end of the road, they could see the stats. Now, to do this, I can use a few different data structures. I want to print them with I think I want to print them from top to bottom, meaning day one, day two, day three, day four, day five. So for that, I could use a queue, the first in, first out data structure. meaning that the first thing that you put into it is the first thing you'll get out. So I'll use that. So a queue is another data structure like list or dictionary. Is a data structure where you add items just like you would with other things, other collections, to the back with enqueue. And you pull or you remove from the front with the DQ method. So you add to the back in items, add items to the back and remove from the front. So that means that the first item that you put in is the first item that you get out. This is also called first in, first out, or FIFO. So we use this to store recent game events. I may store every game event. I, I might have a limit. I don't know how many game events we're gonna have, so I'll just say recent, just in case there ends up being a ton that happens randomly. I don't think it'll happen, but just in case. When we reach our total, like the max list or size limit for the queue, we'll remove the oldest event to make room for new ones. So if we get to a state where I don't want to just print like 1,000 things down there, then we'll keep a size limit. So to create a queue is very similar to what we do with a list. I will have a private um, queue, and it's going to be a queue of strings this time for the events that happen. And I'll call this event log. And this is going to be a new queue, and I can give it the size that I want to make it there, which I'll probably set. And so that might be our first configuration setting. So I'll go ahead and create our configuration and we'll build it as we go along. And our first one is going to be our max event logs. So let me go ahead and create our configuration game config.cs. It worked well last time. Why not use the same name this time? Namespace, and we're going to do, let's say, with the Withering Road dot, and this time not core, but configuration to match the folder structure. When you have its namespace, and to remind you, namespace groups related classes to get together. So when you have a namespace, you put it to match the folder structure typically. Otherwise, the program's going to complain. But think of it as folders in your in a directory or files in a folder. Because this is like a file, a folder exactly. So for what the namespace does, it's group related classes together and also interfaces and things like that. For this, I'm just going to create a static class, public static class game config, because I'm only ever going to have one copy of the game config class, and in order to have just one of something, I have something that is static. Static means to keep only one copy of it belongs to the class is what this means, but this here means I'm going to only ever have one of these game configuration classes, and I'm going to call it using the capital game config and dot whatever property I put there. So first of all, um, I'm going to create a property that I mentioned of the maximum total milestones that are on the road. I'm just going to make it 10 for us. So we'll make a public static read only. And this is going to be an int total milestones equals, I'm just going to put 10. Total locations uh, on the road. Okay. Then I'm going to also create our milestone names here. So I'll go ahead and public static, read only. And this is going to be a list of string. I think I'll just call it milestones. Equals to, and I'll just use the collection initializer status or collection initializer syntax of this. And for that, I just need to say, okay, I have a list of strings, so give me a string. I'm going to use, oh, Verdant Grove that they start with. I'm going to use is shattered, what am I going to call this? Shattered Pass. There's two of them I have to come up with names. Fogbound Valley. Then Misty Hollow. Um, something Shadow Crossing. It's gonna be a bit darker theme, so crossing. Then but Crimson Highway and well, we got Twilight. No, I want to have Twilight. What? Bridge? Sure. Um, Obsidian Fields. Maybe I have enough. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Two more. Two more. Okay. Um, and one of them's going to be the finish point, but I need Howling. I don't know. Howling. What do we want? Forest. And final. Should I say final destination for that theme? There we go. Yeah, so that'll be fine. Okay, so we're going to start here and we're going to go all the way through that. And that's going to be something that our journey calls. I think that's all I want to create for now and there, except for what I came here to actually create, which was the event log, right? So now we need our public static, and everything in here is going to be public static read only because it's going to be set once in the class itself, and then we could make a lot of these consts, but I'm going to be consistent and just make everything read only. And I'm going to have an int max event log size equals 20, I think. I don't really want to do too much more than 20. Printing more than 20 lines might be a bit much. I might even do, well, I think 20 is okay. Anything else to start out? I think for now, for what we have, that's probably good. And I'll go back to our journey class and I'll create our queue with a size. So you can, like I said, you can have a size, and I need access to the class that's game config. In order to get access to a class in a different namespace or folder, you can say using, and I'm going to say the Withering Road dot configuration. And for this, I'm going to give this a space of game config dot max event log size. So that's building our configuration as we go along, and that is a good cue to have. I'm going to have also a player object, but I have to create the player first. That's going to move that moves forward along the road. So that's going to be something like player equals new and that. And so first of all, I need to actually create our player. I could stop here with the journey until I get to that point, because we're going to have everything affect our player. Let me see what I've got going on. Do I do the player yet? Yeah, the player's going to have the stats like the food that they have. They're going to have like the companions. You can think of it even, I might not even call this something other than player and call it caravan or something. Yeah, I don't know. Player's kind of a nice one to know. You can also create one just a game class or something like that. But since we have game config, it might, I think player might be the most obvious name still, but you can call it something else if you want. I'm going to do player. And I'm going to go back and forth through classes this time because we're going to have to create things as we go along. So, all right, so what's this going to have? So this represents the player or caravan, think Oregon Trail, if you play that, managing resources. What else we're going to have? We're going to have companions, and the companions are going to be things that are new, and they are going to deal with encounters and environmental effects. Harsh weather and things like that can cause our caravan to have issues. So this class handles resource management. I'm going to say food and lantern oil. Our road is dark and we have to have also food. That was the two major ones that I went with for this journey. If we run out of oil, we can't see any further to get down the road. We're just going to die. Companion management. And for that, I'll also have a companion health, and I will have two companions that deal with different events. Weather effects on resource consumption and illness. So our in Oregon Trail, you could get dysentery and things like that. So I'm going to have something, an illness that will happen to our companions. Mechanics for companions. And now we can create a public class player. Let's make sure that we put it in namespace though. And Billy didn't say, hey, why isn't this in a namespace? There we go. Namespace. And this will be in the Withering Road doc core. Um, we'll start the simple properties here. So resource properties. Um, I think I'm just going to say like food and lantern oil. Food can be replenished through hunting, lantern oil through searching for oil. So we need a public int food, and I'm going to put a getter. And I'm deciding if I want to make the setter private or not. It doesn't really matter for what we're doing. I think it would be okay with doing it this way. And let's give them a starting amount, but I'll do that with a game configuration value because I could set this equal to like 10. I don't want hard code values. I want that number to be in our game configuration. So I'm not going to hard code a value, but I will use a value. Public, we'll do a double for our lantern oil, and we might want to actually just do doubles for everything, just in case we don't want to use an integer, and don't put that with properties unless you actually set them to something. Lantern oil. Could just say oil, but that's what it's for. Get set. All right, so that's our two main properties, but we also have to have a list of companions as well. And for that, we have to make a companion class. And we haven't made that yet, so I'm going to just say um, list of companions that deal with different encounters. All right, so we're going to have a list of companions that deal with different encounters, and I'm going to have, for that, I think I'll have an abstract class, and I'll show you what that does, and I'll have two different types of companions, and you can add more later if you have different encounter types, or you could not even have a companion system if you don't want one. You can easily start out with the journey advancing and doing random things because the companion system is new. That wasn't in Oregon Trail, right? So this is a new feature. but I want to show off how you can do like a companion in the first place. Let's see. Do I have anything major with companions that would require me to do anything crazy? I think I can just create companions because all they have are health. They have a name. They have like a way of losing health and something that happens if they have no more health. We won't be able to use them. So I think they'll have something to deal with the effect. So I don't think we can. I don't think there's anything crazy. We can do companion right now, and I can show you how an abstract class works. And I think I'll do that next. So I'm going to create a folder for companions. There we go. Now, first, I'm going to create our abstract class, and I'll explain what one is. No file companion. That's yes, and that's what everything we will, every companion will inherit from. So I will create first the namespace, not using namespace, the Withering Road dot companions to match the folder structure. And then for this, I'm going to go ahead and create an abstract class. So abstract base class for all companion characters. This provides the core functionality and shared behavior that for characters that track health and pretty much track health. Handle damage and death. We're going to have them probably live. Like even when they're below health, you could remove them from the queue. But I want to be able to print their status no matter what, whether they're dead or alive. So I want to, if I remove them from the queue, or from this, am I, or from, I'm sorry, the queue was free that long. If I remove them from the list of companions, then I won't have a way of saying this one died without knowing who the original companions were. So I'm going to keep them in sort of this waking dead state where I don't actually remove them from the list, but just check their health and see if it's equal to or less than 0. That way I can always display who is alive and who is dead. If I just remove them, I won't be able to say, hey, your companion's dead, and that sort of thing. I'll be able to see it at the time, but since this is a long journey and we're keeping stats as we go along, I'm not going to have a true death for the companions, but just we're going to disable things they can do um, and provide specialized abilities through, and we'll say a call method. So we'll call on a companion for help, like call a friend. Each companion type, right now we're going to have, I think we have a mystic that deals with the fog that might happen. So we're going to have 3 types of roads. One's going to be filled with bandits, the other is going to be filled with fog, and the third road is going to be a more safe one but uses more resources. Those are the ones I have planned. Warrior will deal with bandits. Inherits from this base class. So to define an abstract class, you use the abstract keyword first. Public abstract class, and this is called companion. And we're going to ask for a name when we get it in, and set up a couple of basic properties, and I'll explain what abstract means in just a second. I'm just going to give them a name first, and a health and things like that. It's public string name, and we'll do get, and we'll use init. So use initializer syntax equals name. Um, and I'm not going to have a setter I'm just going to have an initializer, meaning that you can, instead of creating it in the constructor, you're going to create it in initializer syntax. Um, I'm not going to let you change the name of the companion afterwards. There's no reason to change the name to Dead Joe or something like that after he dies. Um, and then we will have a public int health. I'm not going to have it be a float. I'm just going to have a standard health that goes from 0 to 100. Get set, and I'm going to start them at 100. I want that configurable. I don't like to put hard-coded values. So we'll go to our game config and create that real fast. That will be our, what am I going to call it? Companion starting health, I think, or starting companion health. So let's create that. Public, static, read only, int starting companion health equals 100. I'm going to start them at 100. And we're going back to the companion. And now I need access to that class. So in order to access the game config class, I'm going to use the using and the withering road dot is in the configuration folder. And that'll let me use the game config class here dot, and I will say starting companion health. Okay, are there any other properties? I think not. The rest are methods. So an abstract class. You may have seen, and you should have seen if you take my class at least, regular classes can inherit from other classes. And in regular inheritance, you define your methods and behaviors in the base class, which in this case would be companion, or the parent class if you want to call it. It's just another name for base. And then you take on those properties, except for the private ones, into the classes that you inherit from. Like we will have a mystic class, a warrior class. So those would inherit everything from companion. An abstract class uh, has one slight difference in that it has abstract methods. And unlike virtual methods that are used in regular inheritance that you can override and put your own spin in, which you can have actually a public virtual method in an abstract class. In an abstract class, you can have an abstract method. And what that means is we say that we're going to use call for this method. Well, for an abstract class, there doesn't it doesn't make sense to have a method that has a default implementation. So let me show you abstract, and I think it's just gonna be void call. This is how you define an abstract method. Whenever you have something that doesn't make sense to have some sort of base or default implementation, you need to have like an abstract class to have no default implementation. That means that when you create something from this class, it not only can override this call like we do with virtual methods, it has to override this. It's required to actually have this in any method or anything that derives from this. It'll be a warrior, it'll be a mystic. It has to be in there. This gives just saying a definition. I'm going to have an abstract method called call, and you're going to have to define that in your child classes. So that is a main difference between that and regular inheritance, where you could have public virtual methods that you override and say call vert, just to show you that for that you would have a default implementation and doing some default call code. And I just don't really have anything that I can think of really putting there. So, because our companions do specialized things on call, and to override each of them, you use the override keyword. Use override keyword, and I'll just put it up here because you have to do it for either of them. In child classes to override, or to, yeah, over. That's just pretty much what you're doing to override this method. So, those are two different things here. You have a default code in virtual methods. You can't have default code in abstract methods. If you have an abstract method, then you have to mark the class as abstract because they cannot exist outside of an abstract class. So you can only have abstract methods in abstract classes, but you can have other types of methods. You can see that we have a virtual method here. You can have, and really abstract applies to methods, not really to behaviors. Behaviors are just the same as regular inheritance. You can make it private, you can do whatever you want. It's mainly the abstraction is about the methods. This also allows for polymorphism, which I'll show you in a bit, but let's first create some more of the class and show you the Mystic and Warrior class first, and then we'll get into abstraction as a whole and polymorphism. But for this to have any non-default method where it doesn't make sense to have a default implementation, use the abstract keyword and then make the class abstract. It's not too different from a regular inheritance relationship because it's a type of inheritance relationship. It really is. Abstract classes are a type of inheritance. In the diagrams for UML, they're pretty well the same as regular inheritance. I think there is a small difference in the way you draw. You italicize the methods and you make a stereotype abstract about goes above your class name in UML class diagrams. Or you can italicize the class name. Typically, abstract's easier to see than italic name at a glance, so I like to use stereotype. Things within the angle brackets are called stereotypes in UML. And you're allowed certain ones and your own custom stereotypes, which is what I use a lot. But this is a standard one that you can use. Okay, so we have that. Now we need the way of actually dealing with losing health. So we'll have a regular method with a regular implementation. You don't have to have a virtual method. In abstract classes, you can have three types of methods. You can have ones without any implementation. Those are abstract. You can have ones that have a default implementation that can be overridden by the child classes. That's a virtual method. You can have concrete classes. If it's not abstract, it's concrete, is what we call it. And that is one that has a regular regular method that has an implementation, and you can't override it in a child class. So let's create one that is for losing health because everyone's going to lose health in the same way. There is no reason to have any special abstract method for this. And so I'm going to call it lose health. And then I'm going to have an amount of health they lose that we take in. Okay, so first ensure that health stays within valid bounds. We want to make sure that if we have the health minus the amount, that it doesn't go below 0. I think that would be one way of doing it. I think if I don't actually have to do that. Might even get rid of this check, but I'm thinking about, do I want to make sure that the health is greater than 0? I might not actually. I think what I want to do is instead announce, because I can use negative numbers. I think the only thing is, if I don't do this, then there's a possibility of, if the game ran really, 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 really long, which it shouldn't, that we would go down into the range of, outside the range of an integer of how much health they lost. That's the only reason to put that check. And if you want to put it just for that reason, I'll go ahead and put it for you for that. Ensure his health stays within valid range. And again, this isn't necessary for what we're doing, but it is a safety check. Health equals, and we're going to use math.max, math.me, and we're going to do the max between 0, and let's say the game configs, I think, all right, so 0 and the minimum of the health minus amount and the starting amount. So we might want to process this in 2 stages so that you can understand what I'm doing here. Okay, let me do the math in 2 stages. First, I want to do the minimum. So what I want to do is make sure that it does not go above, um, because I don't know if I have a way of increasing health in this game, but you could later have a way of increasing health in this game instead of just losing health. So this is only ever going to subtract and lose health. You might have a gain health method that you want to use the same exact code for. So you could do a int um, min health is equal to, and I'll do, we have game config dot, and we have the starting companion health. That's what we want to be a part of our minimum. We want to be the minimum of this and whatever game health minus amount is. So math.min health dot it's health minus amount. And this again is not really necessary. If you subtract from health and minus amount, then yeah, you could get below the starting companion health, and it takes the minimum of that. This usually is for making sure that something doesn't get too high. Like if you added to this, you would make sure that it wouldn't get too high. So I don't know. A lot of these checks aren't really necessary. This is just going to make sure it stays within a valid range of 0 to the starting health. That's all this is going to do. In lose health, it doesn't matter so much. If you were to have a gain health, it might matter more. So we're going to do 0 and min health. So basically, between 0 and the maximum is starting campaign health. Health minus the max minimum, or health minus amount is the minimum of that. So basically, making sure that we don't go above the starting health, and we actually just use health minus amount. Now, for the very simple version, we could just do health minus amounts. I mean, those checks aren't necessary really for what we're doing. It's just not. So I may just remove them, but I wanted to show you in case you want to gain health, that might be a better option. So I'm just going to have health minus equals amount. Yeah, because it's just never going to happen where your amount is going to be so low that it goes below the minimum amount an integer can store. So I think I'll just do that. It's so much simpler. And then I'm going to announce critical health status. So that should be something that we display to the user. We're going to need some sort of configuration amount for that. So we'll have like a companion, a companion critical health, public, static, read only, int, critical companion health. And this you can set to whatever you want, anywhere between 0 and 100. I would say critical health might be below 15%. That should be a decent amount. Back to the companion class, and I will do this. So now, I want to say if health is less than or equal to the critical health status amount, so game config dot critical companion health, and health is greater than 0. I'm not going to print that they're gravely wounded if they have no health left. They're dead already, so we're not going to print this if they're dead. So I'll do a console.writeline. What am I going to print? I'm going to print the name of the person that's gravely ill. And so they have a name. And what else am I going to print? The health. Name and health. All right, so dot. Name is a gravely wounded health. And since we have ways of searching for food that should increase the resources, I don't know if we actually increase the health. We'll see. Health. I can't remember if I increased the health of anyone. I may do that randomly. I think I want a nice little icon. I have some icons stored. we go. That should be good. All right, so that's gravely wounded, and I think that's all we need, except we need to find out, are they dead? Announce death. Okay, so we're going to call this on specific companions, and if their health is below 0, then we're going to say we're going to announce their death. We may want to have a Boolean to track whether we've already announced their death. Um, But I think we might have a check before we do lose health to make sure it isn't 0 already. So they can't lose health if they're already below 0, I think. But if we want to, we could have a Boolean value that stores whether we've made this announcement so that we don't announce they're dead every time we lose health of other companions and things like that. So first of all, else if. So this is if they're gravely wounded. This is if they're dead. Health less than equal to 0. At that point, I think I have a nice little icon stored console.writeLine of um we will say which companion died. Name has perished. And I'll use a little icon for this that I have stored. Okay, so that is pretty much it. But like I said, it may be a good idea to make a Boolean to see if we made this announcement before. And I think I will. Just in case I forget later to do it outside of lose health, I'm going to have I don't have to have it public, private bool um, displayed death message, equal false. And so now I'm going to see, okay, if they have done this and they've not displayed the death message, then print that and we'll say displayed message equal true. That way it only ever prints one time. They perish. Okay, good. But that's all we need, I think, in this. We've already created our call, which, so this abstract method, just to remind us, defines the companion's like special ability. One's good at bandits, one's good at dispelling fog. Each companion can or must implement call with their own unique version. Effects, and you may want to put less in case you change things. You may want to put less comments than I'm doing. Provide specific uh, gameplay benefits based on companion type. That'll be generic enough so I can not worry about saying what the mystic does and what the warrior does. So if I did this, I don't actually have to say Mystic and Warrior here, but this is just keeping as a reminder. In case you do have comments and you want to extend things later, I wouldn't put anything like hard-coded in there. I would put like each companion type inherits from this base class. I was doing that to remember what my companions were. Okay, so we have an abstract class, and what that allows us to do is inheritance, just like a regular class, but we can inherit this one, which we have to implement. We can't really have abstract properties. We can't really have abstract fields. The only thing that can be abstract depends on methods. So that is what that applies to, and we'll create our companions now just to show you what they'll do. I think the Mystic's probably easiest. They're not going to be difficult in the first place. So we'll have a Mystic. And this one, we use namespace and the Withering Road dot companions. And so the Mystic, and again, this I wouldn't put this if I'm going to change things later, but this is what the Mystic companion does, specializes in supernatural challenges, fog for our journey. Primary role is dealing with mysterious fog and similar phenomena. We only have fog, but in case you want to extend it, public class mystic. I'll use a primary constructor. String name is what I'm going to get in, and then I'm going to call the companion. That's what I'm inheriting from, and I'm going to call it with its base constructor of name. Not semicolon, but there. I think we can do that. And let's see, I need to, I can't call, I haven't done what we need to do. So now you'll get an error in this saying that you have not implemented the inherited abstract member companion.call. Like I said, in the companion class, which is an abstract class, you have to implement these. You cannot. This is required to be implemented. You cannot leave it out. In fact, I think that's all I'm going to do. So, Mystics, special ability to handle supernatural threats. And this is just in case I want some different encounters later. We haven't even created encounters yet. Effects. When alive. Okay. I'm just going to say what they do when they dead, and that's nothing. But I'm going to, and like I mentioned, I'm going to have them sort of this living dead state wherever they're still not removed from the list companions, so I can display them later, but they're not able to use their special ability. So can dispel fog and handle supernatural obstacles. We only have fog, but if when dead. And this time I'll just say cannot assist with supernatural challenges. And all we need is to override the call method. And it automatically does this. So, first of all, we need to check whether they're alive. If health is less than or equal to 0. And notice I don't have the health property here. It's still an inheritance relationship. Still an inheritance relationship. This is coming from companion.health. So it comes from the parent class. We got access to that through inheritance. For inheritance, you use this colon, and also for interface implementation, use a colon. But you can only ever inherit from one class. So you can't do a second class here. They can only ever, it's single inheritance in C sharp. You can only ever inherit from one thing. And we're inheriting from companion, which makes sense. All right, so what we want to do is a console.writeLine and basically say you can't use this companion. So I'm going to create a nice little icon for us. There we go. I've got somebody saved. Name is no longer with us, literally, and cannot dispel the fog. Um, and then we'll just return. Otherwise, console.writeLine, and I think I have an icon for that. Yeah, there we go. Stars. Name works. You don't need to have icons or anything. Spell the supernatural. It's just pretty. Okay, and that's all I'm going to have them do. So I'm just going to say that they are working to dispel the supernatural fog. Other things will actually make use of this and do the logic behind it. And I think we will need a warrior as well, which does almost exactly the same thing. I'm just going to, in fact, copy most of this code, change up some of the comments and the icons, and also some of the text. But basically, it's the same functionality. So we're going to have a warrior.cs. I'm just going to paste this and change this to warrior. Okay, so the warrior companion specializes in combat and protection, just combat really. And primary role is defending the caravan player from bandits attacks. That's why I said you could have a caravan class, but I wanted to have a player. For me, it makes a little bit more sense for some of the properties that I'm creating. But caravan is really what we're traveling on, and that might say, okay, you're traveling along this road with a caravan, and that's kind of what gets the damage. It doesn't matter. You could use it as instead of player caravan if that's what you want to do. Now, warriors, special ability to fight off bandits. It's primarily a thing. Provides protection against bandit attacks. And when dead, cannot defend against hostile encounters. You're dead, bro. Okay. And cannot defend against bandits. And of course, if you have more encounters, you'd have to have these messages changed and things like that. But I'm going to only have a few different encounters. All right. And they are going to say stands ready to fight off the bandits. So that's how you actually work with an abstract class. The companion is the abstract class that you can put anything as a normal class can, but also you create abstract methods which have no definitions in them that you have to actually implement into the child class. For virtual methods, you get the choice of implementing or not. And so this is an abstract class, and that has an abstract method that allows you to have something without default implementations. That's what that does. It's an inheritance type relationship that you just saw, just like before, an inheritance type relationship. And you're inheriting from companion. This calls the base constructor. And I think that's, yeah, the base, this time the base initializer, I believe. But yeah, because we have initializer of saying the name. All right, so that's our companions. Now we have to remember where I was. Was I in journey or was I in player? I think I was in player because we were creating a list of encounter or list of companions. So let's go back to player now and actually create that list of companions now. And we're just going to have two of them. So I'm going to have a public, if I can type, public, a list of companion. And to get access companions, I might need to include the this is in companions. I might need to include that in player. This might give me an error, but we'll see. List of companion companions, I guess is the name I'm going to give it. I'm going to give it a capital companion, so it's going to be public. And I'm just going to say get should I do private set? And I'm just going to set it right away. I'm not really going to change it. We could actually probably make it a read-only thing, but I'm going to create a new Mystic first. And the only thing I need is the game config's Mystic name. So I'm going to create a property for the names of our companions. And that's going to be just like, what do I call them? Yeah, I'll just create one for a Mystic and a warrior. So we're going back to our game configuration. And I'll have a public static read only in string. And that's going to be our mystic name equals, and that's going to be Talon. I don't know. Public static read only string, and we'll have a warrior name. Uh, Gorath. Sure. I don't know. I'm just creating some random stuff here. All right, so back to the player. Now we give them a name. Game config dot mystic name, and then we create one for our warrior. Game config dot warrior name. And let's see, and I was wondering when that it took it a while. It took it a while. We have a list of companions though, didn't we? Oh, we haven't need not a list companion, but yeah, companions is the name of the namespace. Companion is the name of the type. For classes, you usually use a singular name, but in namespaces can vary depending on what they do. I have multiple companions in this, so I'm calling it with a plural name. I have one configuration, so I'm using a singular name. I don't use cores. That's kind of weird, so I use one for core, but we'll have multiple encounters. So the plural versus singular on the name of a namespace varies depending on what your setup is like. But for classes, it's almost always singular. So we have a companion class, we have a mystic class, a warrior class, a game config class, journey class, player class. All those are singular. So that's why I was having a little bit of issue there when I tried to use companions, the name of the namespace, instead of companion. And finally, it gives me an error. I was wondering if it would. I was hoping it would give me an error for. Oh, I've included companions, apparently. So I won't have an error then. Okay, so back to player. We have companions now. Um, let's see, what else do I want to do in player? So what other things can happen? We have effects like random effects, so these just happen during travel. Harsh weather, companion illness. What else do I want? Consuming resources. It's not really, yeah, it's not really a random effect, but we do have also consuming resources. What else do we have? I think that's it. Yeah, I think that is it for what we have for the randomness. So we should create something for these, but I don't know if I want to deal with that yet because I think we still need to continue in our journey. And I think we haven't really done too much with it. We have our player. We can set up our journeys, player class to advance the journey, I think. And then we'll create our encounters. Yeah, so I'll go back to journey and I'll create some menu. All right, so yeah, I know we haven't used that or set that for anything. That's why it's yelling. This is yelling as well. They will all stop yelling once I create things that they actually use these things. Okay, so there's that. Is that all I have really in? I think whenever I set the constructor, I'll set this. So let's go ahead and set the constructor. Public journey. This will be the last thing I do in the constructor is create the player. But this will set up our variables. And I need to set up like our total milestones is equal to game config dot total milestones. I think I may have already set these. Let me see. No, I have not. So I'll just set them here. Um, milestone names is equal to game config dot milestone names. Do I have or milestones? I guess. I thought I had milestone names. Let me see. Public set. They should be milestone names, really. That's what they are. And we'll use that. Milestone names. And let's see, why isn't this letting me set it? Mission names, maybe null here. Yeah. Convert to a list. Oh, do I have a list of int instead of a list of string for the milestones? Let's see. Milestone names. Oh yeah, I created a list of int. Wait, it should be a list of string. To create names, you hold names in text, not numbers. All right, so milestones names is equal to that. And then the last thing we'll do is create the player object that moves forward along the road. So those are setup things. So when we create a new journey, those things will be set up. And then we will need to think about the things that happen after that. Still in the same class, so it will be here. We need to think about advancing the journey. Generating the in-game information we can do a little later. Displaying the current information and encounters that happen. Now we've seen our first abstract class. The next step I'll do advancing journey, and then after that we'll take a small break because we do need to create some of these encounters as part of this menu, and the menu is not hard to create. I'll create the menu now, and then we'll go on to a small break. So attempts to move the player forward one location. Good. So this is just going to be public void advance journey. Advance or trip. Push the current milestone before advancing. So we're going to increase our current milestone. I prefer this. So we're going to advance the progress of the journey first. Sure. And then I'll do a console.write line with I don't think I need a raw. I can use a raw interpolate raw string literal. Raw string literal is good for the multi-line aspect of our menu, and the do we have anything for getting a milestone? Where do I have that? Let me see. Yeah, we're going to have a way of getting the milestone names. So we can just use it. We have a list of milestone names. I think I'll just do this. I'll print out and go to our menu. I will print out our I'm gonna print out. I'll print out our current status. So this is going to be and I think I could do this all in a raw string literal, I think. Bear with me, I might not be able to do this, but we'll see. First of all, I want an environment.newline, which I don't actually need. Actually, I just want to, I'll put it in a new line. Now I'm confused on where this is actually tabbed over, so I'm just going to do this. All right. I don't need to do environment.newline. I can just put things in new lines. All right, so let's put something. I have a nice little icon for this one. You have a reach, and I need to create something, or I can use it directly. I'm trying to see, do I want to create a method to access our list, or just want to use it directly? So our list, if you remember, is milestone names and current milestone. I think what we'll need to do is get the name based on the current milestone. So all we should have to do is I forget what I call things, milestone names of current milestone, but I've already incremented it, so I might want to do -1 there. All right, so that'll be the first thing I print. Then I'll say choose your next route. And now for this game, I'm going to have options. I think in Oregon Trail, you could only move forward or hunt for oil or food, that is, and hunt for water. I can't remember exactly, but I remember hunting for food. But what we're going to have is different routes you can take. One is going to be safer, but use more resources. The second route you take is going to be possibly filled with bandits, and the third one is going to be possibly filled with fog, and that will let us use our companions. So I'm going to say, don't want to line it up. This should be okay. Quiet trail. Um, Low risk of illness, more resources uses. We have to have some sort of danger with even the quiet road that they take. Otherwise, they would always take the quiet road because there's nothing that goes on. You just take the quiet road and you win. So we're going to have a chance of illness that happens if they take the quiet trail, and then that uses more resources. And two, I'm going to call this mm, I think I use this for one of my names. Did I use that for I use Fogbound Ballet. I'll just say Foggy. Well, I use Fogbound there, and I'll use Foggy in the Journey. Be a little more distinctive. And this is high fog chance. And then for three, I'll have the Ravager's Path, I think is what I'll call it. And this is high bandit chance. Okay, then I need to get their inputs after that. So I think this is all I need here. They've already said choose your next route, and we have the three options. We could line these up. I was debating on whether to do that or this. I think I'll do this. I'll have to look and see how it looks. All right, so we can say switch and console.readline and do our cases. Case one. And we don't have anything that we can do yet. We'll see if a random event will trigger, and we'll pass that into safe path. We're going to create a method for that. For random events that might happen as you travel, you might encounter illness and use more resources, and there might be harsh weather or something like that. But there's not too much that happens with that. And I'm going to need something that logs our events, and I'm trying to decide if I want to put it in the journey. I think I will. For logging an event, I'll create that in a bit. I'll just create our thing since we're getting to a point where we probably should do a break soon. I'll create our menu, and then this will be trigger random event um, fog, and then break, and then our case 3 trigger random event bandit, break, and then a default case. Should we default to the safe path? Default. We should print out something. Console.writeLine. I have a nice little icon for this, so I'll use that. The X icon I used before. Invalid choice. Defaulting to safe path. I think that's what I'll do. Log. I don't have log event, but I want the log event. I want to log all the events that happen. So, and then we will trigger random event safe path, and then we will also break. Okay, and then speaking of breaks, this would be a good chance to. So when we are advancing the journey, they will have to pick between 3 routes they want to take. That's something new from that's not really in Oregon Trail, as far as I remember. It may be, I can't remember right now, but we will have a quiet trail, one that's filled with fog, and one with high bandit chance. That will use our encounters we haven't created yet, which is why I haven't done any random events or anything yet, but that's what's going to happen. And so that will be good for this. I'm going to take oh, let's just take a 5, I think. Yeah, let's just take a 5, and then I'll give a longer break after our next one. Just a small check. There we go. Okay, so I did mention before that I would tell you what the difference is between abstraction and polymorphism. So I'll go ahead and do that. So abstraction hides complex details. Whenever we have this call method, there is no no method body here. Um, so that is hiding any details of how we implement this method. We see that the method can be implemented, but how does it actually get implemented? So that is hiding a complex detail behind the scenes wherever our child classes have to implement. Polymorphism is the actual process of implementing these things. So abstraction allows you, and abstract classes allow you to have polymorphism. Abstraction is what allows you to be able to have multiple forms of this call method. Polymorphism means many forms. So whenever you see an override here, this is the polymorphism part because this is being implemented now. So the polymorphic part is implementing the abstraction. Abstraction allows you to have polymorphism, meaning it has methods that you can call differently or implement differently in different classes. This call method is implemented differently in Mystic and differently in Warrior. But this is the polymorphism part. And the abstraction is the definition part of allowing the polymorphism. Hide the complex details, and then polymorphism, many forms. Show it in many forms. So if I were to ever ask you what the difference is between abstraction and polymorphism, you could say something similar to, well, abstraction is what allows polymorphism by hiding the complex details that are going into the methods that you develop. Whereas polymorphism is the actual implementation of those methods in many different ways. So that is the difference, and that's what polymorphism do. Those are two fundamental principles of object-oriented programming. The third you even see here is inheritance. Abstraction or abstract classes, or at least, are another form of inheritance. Instead of everything having to be concrete, even virtual methods are concrete, you can have abstract methods with an abstract inheritance relationship. So that is the difference. You're able to implement things in multiple ways, and abstract lets you actually do this by hiding the complex details. So it does hide this behind the scenes because you don't know how this is implemented by any of the child classes by just looking at this. So it's a possible thing that I might ask at some point in the future during like an exam or something. You know, it's a possibility. I might change my mind. You'll never know. But those are how we do that. Okay, now we're going back to the journey. We have a lot of things that we want to do. One thing I want to do is these random events, but we don't have events yet. And by the way, I will go until this is completely programmed like I did last time. Um, but I think I want to create the interfaces first for the people that leave a little early, and they also fit well with what we're going to do here. And I'll create one interface. And an interface is not a class, so I'll show you what an interface is, and those are going to be in our encounters. Typically, an interface is labeled starting with a capital I, and it uses a verb type form with usually like able at the end. So you could say I encounterable, and that's usually the way that's named. Um, the I is it's not standard, it's convention to use the I, and it typically helps you distinguish interfaces from classes. So first of all, let's give it a namespace as usual, the Withering Road dot, and we'll do encounters. We haven't actually created this yet, so we'll create it. And then, okay, so this defines a contract for all interactive, or we'll say all encounters, gameplay, during gameplay. Any object that can be um, encountered the hunting, the bandits, the oil searching, those sorts of things. Fog, um, by the player, must implement this interface. Unlike classes, interfaces are not an inheritance relationship. They're not about how something does something, or it's not about what something is. Like a companion, a mystic is a companion. That's an is a relationship. A warrior is a companion. The I encounterable sets what something can do versus what something is. So we'll create a public, and instead of saying class, because this is not class, we'll say interface. I encounterable. And it's going to be a very simple interface. So we're going to just call a method called when the player encounters this object. We'll have a parameter. There we go. Journey that stores the current instance of the journey. Yeah, to effect. All this is going to have is a method. You can have in interfaces, you can have two things. You can have property, well, you can have other things, but in our beginner level, you can have two things. You can have properties and you can have methods. These don't have access modifiers attached to them. Void encounter, journey, journey. Um, so yeah, we haven't really, did we ever, we have to actually get access to the journey using the Withering Road dot, and that's our core. There we go. Now we have access to that. Okay, so in interfaces, these tell you what you can do, not what something is. So if you have multiple things that are not related by an inheritance relationship, we're going to have a bandit encounter and a fog encounter and a hunting encounter. Those aren't really types of things. You could say they're kind of a type of encounter, but really they're very, very, very different. Unlike the warrior is a companion, a mystic is a companion. That's very much structured. These apply to very different types of objects. So what these are going to do, the bandit encounter, everything will try to implement this interface. Instead of saying this extends a class like you do in inheritance, you say this implements an interface. And I will actually do a lecture on this on Wednesday for my students that are actually in my course. But basically, we're able to have properties and methods. This also is limited. You can't have every type of access modifier for an interface. You can only have two of them, internal and public. And this automatically becomes public. So everything here has a little less encapsulation than what you're used to. There are workarounds that I show in the book for how to deal with the less encapsulation that you get, since everything is either public or internal. That is less encapsulation. So if I had a property, it's all public, right? So if I had like a, I don't know, let's say a name of the thing, string name get set. Well, this is all public. Um, there is a way around that, and you can make this read only and have the class that implements the inheritance have a backing field. I'm not going to go over that today, but basically, to by default, you have less encapsulation, meaning you have less protection over things because things are either public or internal. Public being accessible anywhere, including as outside programs. Internal being internal to your assembly, internal to your project slash assembly. You can have multiple projects per assembly, so it's actually more accurate to say your assembly. But you can't have like third parties access internal unless you give them specific access to your code base itself and not like just have a public API to access it. Public is accessible anywhere by any program, by anything at all. So you can have this, but it's stuck as public. And unlike now, I'll start here. When you implement interface, you have to implement everything in there. You're not taking on the characteristics of the parent where the parent here had like a name and a health that didn't really do anything with the name so much other than define it. We don't have to define everything here. Like we don't have to define this. We don't have to, do a lot of things. We call we have to implement because it's abstract. But here, this is a promise that you're making. My class will implement this method. That is what you're saying with an interface. My class will implement this property. My class will implement this method. It doesn't work with fields. You cannot have fields in there, meaning you cannot have public string name. Well, it's public, so we just do name. You can't have fields. In fact, yeah, it will just say cannot contain instance fields. You can only have properties for methods, and of course we have to get rid of the semicolon at the end. You only have properties and methods. There are other things, but for our beginner level, we can only have properties and methods. And generally, you can think of it that way. So I'm promising that anything that implements this also has some sort of definition for encounter. You don't even use the override keyword with this, so you don't even have to use override with this because you absolutely have to override it. So no matter what, this is going to be in the class that implements it. There is an advantage. You do lose some encapsulation that you can get around. You can get around it. It's not too bad. But you do lose a bit of encapsulation. In general, you can't make this anything other than public or internal. Um, and the encapsulation you lose, yes, but you can do one thing you can't do with classes in C Sharp, and that is have multiple interfaces implemented. So you can only inherit from one class. There's only single inheritance in C Sharp, but you can implement as many interfaces as you want, and that tends to happen where you're creating simple little interfaces that do one job and does it well, and multiple things need it. And I've created a lot of interfaces for my music production stuff. And this helps with things like presets and stuff like that. But for me, I like interfaces because you can use multiple of them and because it's very clear what it does, because it does one job and it does it well. We're going to create this to deal with all our encounters, and let me see what the easiest encounter is, because there's going to be some that are difficult because a lot of things we're going to have options for. I think I'll do the hunting one first. So because that's one of our options from our main menu. So I will go ahead and do a hunting encounter.cs. Sure. And I will put it into the namespace, the withering realm dot encounters. Okay, so now this is just going to be a regular class. Classes implement interfaces. So all we have is a public class, and then we'll have hunting encounter. And just like inheritance, when we implement something, we use the colon, and we're going to implement the I encounter one. And you may even see, oh, C Sharp has a bunch of things built into it that are already there that you can actually implement if you wanted to. If you were changing the way sorting works, you could use iComparable, that sort of thing. But and if you were making your own collection, you could do an IEnumerable. If you were looping over one, you could return an IEnumerable. Because IEnumerable tends to be the way you do a for each loop or over a collection. But there's a lot of them there, as you can see. that start with the word I, and they're like I disposable. This is a collection, I dictionary. That's why it's named like that. I enumerable, I equatable, I formatable. So you can see that a bull is kind of a common thing. So we'll say encounterable. And I'll probably have to get access to that, I think. No, what it's going to tell me is I have not actually given it the encounter. So now we actually have to do a public void encounter, and it has to have the same signature. So I'm going to do journey. And that I don't have access to yet. I'll need to get access. No, I have it in core. Here's core. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to do a console.writeLine to say what the user is doing. And it's just going to be hunting for food, but I'm going to use a nice little icon here. There we go. Hunting for food. And we're going to do, this time I want to create, I think I want to go back to our journey and create our simple little log, because I don't have that yet. And I want to log events as we go along. And before we get too many events going where I forget to add logs, I want to go ahead and just do that very simple thing because log event isn't hard. It's very simple. So what we need to do for log events is go back to our journey class, and I will create a method. This method adds events to our game's history log. Um, each event gets time stamped with the current day milestone number. So, public void log event, and it takes in a string of the entry. And we're going to create a timestamp. It's not really a timestamp in using in the traditional sense, but it's just we're going to use our number for our current milestone to say, well, your timestamp is day one because you can only ever go forward, right? You have to go forward along the path, and there's no backwards, no backtracking. So the backtracking, if you want to implement that, you would have to keep the day information there, but we aren't going to allow backtracking. Showing which day this event happened. And then we add 1 to current milestone because, well, current milestone starts at 0. We want to show day starting at 1, 0. So we have a string, and we'll say timestamp equals, and we'll say day, and then current milestone plus 1. And let's see, do I have anything else? Do I want to put space there? I might print out some more stuff, so give me a sec. Okay. Combine the timestamp and event description, which is the entry, and add it to our event log. The event log is a queue, if you remember. So we use enqueue to add to the end. Okay. Event log dot enqueue, and what I'm going to do is have timestamp and colon, not timestamp, timestamp, entry. All right. So there's our enqueuing. Now we need to make sure that we have a maximum number of things that we're storing. We need to make sure we haven't gone over that. Check if our log has grown too large. If we have more events than our max size, remove the oldest one. Okay, queue.dequeue removes and returns the first. Remember, first in, first out for queues. So FIFO queue. I think I mentioned it up here. First in, first out. So the very last thing in our list is going to be the first thing we ever added. First, oldest item. All right, so when you put the first thing in, it stores it where the oldest item is now at top. So we'll just use DQ. If event log dot count is greater than with game config dot max event log size, then we just do event log dot DQ. That will remove the latest. So if it ever becomes too large, we just remove the latest event. Or not the latest, but the oldest event technically, the first one we added. And so remember that this is a first in, first out queue. So the very first thing you ever put in this thing gets removed. That's what we want, is to remove the older ones first. That's why this queue works a little better than, say, another data structure, like a list, which would be in order. We would have to sort the list, and yeah, so this is a good data structure for this, to show to remove the oldest item first, and then to show the order of events in like day 2, day 3, day 4, that sort of thing. But that's all we need for our log event. That's it. So we'll go back to our hunting encounter because I want to log that. So journey dot. Now we can do log event, and I'll say the caravan stops to hunt for food is what happened during that time. Now, we need a chance of finding food, and I'm going to define that in game config as well because I don't want hard code any values. So basically, we're going to take a number if random, and we're going to do the shared here because it's thread safe, and it's a static class, I believe. It might be static. I think it's static, but nonetheless, it's a thread safe. No, it's an instance, but it's a thread safe instance that we can just use next 100. So anywhere from 0 to 99 is less than game config dot, and I don't have a property yet for this, so I'm going to say chance of finding food in here. Public static read no static read only int I think will be fine since I'm going to use percentiles. Yes, chance of finding food as 0 to 100 instead of actually 0 to 1 equals, and let me see, what did I try for this? Because I have a few that I defined before. Chance of finding food, 40% chance of finding food. There's a break-even point that you have to configure of whether it's good enough for searching food, because you also lose other resources while you search for food. But let's do that. Dot chance of finding food. Well, at that point, that should be where you actually find. I believe that's where you find the food at that point. Yes. So if you have a value between 0 and 100, and that's less than 70, so that means that 0 to 69 are going to be, or 70, did I give it 70%? Maybe I gave it 40%. 0 to 40 or 0 to 39 are going to be saying, yes, you got this food. And then 40 to 99 are going to be like, no, you did not find this food. That would give us a approximately 40% chance. Okay, int food gain. I think I made it a double. Food gain is equal to. I'm going to use most likely an integer for things for food. Random.shared.next, and this is going to return an integer, and I might have to cast it game config dot. Now we need the minimum. If you find food, we also want a range of minimum food that you find and maximum food that you find. So I'll define those next. Public static read only, and I think what do I call this? Min food gained from hunting equals, and I need to figure out what value that I use just so I can do that a little bit better. 10, I think I put, and publish. All right, there we go. And then we need one for max. Public static read only int max food gain from hunting is equal to 12, do I use, or 20? Yeah, 20. So this returns something between the min and the max plus 1. The min and the max, I need to yeah, say gains, not gains. There we go. Gained from hunting. Add 1 to have the maximum in the range. Okay, so that will return, and it should return an integer, but I think it should be okay as a double. Um, just to make sure that I make actual food, the player class, and make it a double, yeah. Just in case I want to use it as something with a decimal point. I probably won't for that, but I probably will for lantern oil, so I want them to kind of match up. All right, food gained, good. And we probably should log that and also make like some message to the player. So I need a way of adding food to the player when this happens. And right now I don't have a method of adding food or adding oil. So let's go ahead and create those. In our player class, I will have a public void add food. I mean, actually, since I made this completely public, we can just set this. You could do a private setter here and then have an add food and have a private setter here and have an add lantern. But since I made this entirely public, we can modify these directly. So I'll just say journey dot player, I think. Player? I think Journey has a player. Journey should have a player. Let me see. It's not being used anywhere. Let me see if I actually use this anywhere. Player dot food. Yeah, I can get access to it there. Just want to make sure I define this in the right spot. I have it in player dot food. Where do I put that? Let's see. New player. That's what I did there. And that should be okay. Not really doing anything with that. Just want to make sure I can actually add food. Let's see. Hunting encounter. I should be able to access the journey.player since it has a journey instance that we pass in. So I'm not sure why it's not letting me use the, oh, it's probably that I'm not using, well, I thought it was because I wasn't using the core, but it's using the core. Journey should have a player. Journey does contain a definition of player, but what it doesn't have is the fact that I define it here. And we should probably say player up here to do a public player and then say player equals new. That way we can get access to its player. Yeah, so that's what I'll do for now. I might do something different later. I should be able to access dot player. Okay. Yeah. Dot food is plus equal and what do we get? Food gained. Okay. That'll work for now. I might change it up on how I'm accessing this, but for now that should work fine. As long as I'm able to get access to this player right here, we set it equal to new, so this should be fine. I think what I did was this before. Since it's public, I'll go ahead and do a capital P on that. Whenever you make something public, you tend to use capitals for the naming convention. You don't use lowercase for the name. There we go. During that player, the food plus equals food gain. That's one thing that we had to do. Now we want to log that they actually gained food. Okay, so we have a journey now dot log events, and the event we're going to log is, do I need I don't think actually, maybe I need something. Successfully hunted and gained, and what we're doing is food gained and food. Should be an exclamation point, yeah. And then console.write line. We're going to do the log events very similar, right line, but since they're slightly different, I'm going to have them separated. And I'm going to put an icon that I have nicely stored. Okay, hunt, successful, gained, food gained, food. There we go. And then if it's unsuccessful, else. We're going to be a little mean. Um, we need a way of consuming resources in the player. That's something we don't have yet. So what I want to happen is if they fail at finding the food, not only do they not find food, but they use resources in looking for the food. So we're going to have a consume resources. Oh, I don't think it's going to do too much. I might check for random events, but for now, the only thing I'm going to have is food and lantern oil subtracted. I'm going to create this method because it's going to do more than just subtract food and lantern oil, or I will just set those. Public void, and I think this is going to be consume resources. Could have just said use resources, I guess, but consume works fine. Okay. Now events can happen as you consume resources. I'm really mean, but Oregon Trail was a punishing game, so. But I'm not going to have those events yet. So first of all, let's do the normal food, lantern consumption. And then we were going to have food minus equal int game config dot we need something to store how much we lose on advancing the mission. So I need to actually create that in the game config. Since we're dealing with food here, I'll go ahead and put with these public static read only and int food consumed on advance equals, and I need to see what value did I use. Food config, let's see, food consumed, food consumed, equals 2. Okay. I'll also need something for lantern, but we'll need more properties. We'll need a lot of these properties for lantern as well. In fact, I might separate these out. Food properties, and then I'll have a lantern oil properties. All right, so then we go into this and say gamefig dot food consumed on advance. Do I want to do anything else? I think that should be okay. I might not even need anything else on that. Try to think if I want to do anything more than that for the players consume food. I mean, I can. Yeah, I think what I'm going to have is some sort of multiplier. For now, the food consumed is regular. Like I'm going to have like the number that's in the game config that's going to be used for determining whether how much we actually lose. But I'm going to have a double multiplier. In case an event happens, then we're going to lose more than just the amount in game config. I'm going to just start that as 1.0, though. And yes, it's a hard-coded value, but it's just 1 because that's how we're going to do it first, multiplier. Okay, and that should be fine. And then we'll do the same for lantern. We do need to start with the lantern consumed on advance. Start with the public. Lantern, oil consumed. I'll just do oil. Oil consumed on advance. And let's see. Since it's so crucial, that's why I made it a double actually. And I'm going to make some of these integers, but why I made this a double is because this is like one of our most important factors on survival. So I want to be able to configure this more than just one, two, three. I'm going to have this to be like I can't remember what I use. Let me see what value that I use for this point 0.5, 0.5. If you run out of oil during the journey, you're done. You can't see the rest of the journey, you're over. So this is something I want to control with a little bit more precision than an integer, and so I'm using a double for that. And that'll let me to change it to like, 0.75, 1.25, and try to think different values around. The food's not as bad. What happens is your companions will take some damage if you have no food, because that's something that will happen for consuming resources. So, and we have lantern oil minus equal int game config dot oil consumed on advance times multiplier. Right now our multiplier is just 1, but that's when we'll add some things to it. If the food is less than or equal to 0, that's when our companions lose health for each um, companion, and we're just going to have them all lose health if they don't have any food. We don't have anything to feed them. Doesn't we're not going to say only one. And is it companions? Yeah, and that would be companion dot lose health. We already made that. And that takes in the how much we lose whenever the resources are depleted. So I need another value in game config. So how much are they going to lose health whenever we have no food left? I will say something like I think I'll use game. Oh, what do I use? The chance of finding food, but the amount of resources that are consumed, the health loss and resource depletion. That's what I'll use. I'll use that. And there is more closer to our players, so I'm going to say public static read only up here. And this will be an int health loss on complete or on companion, well, on resource depletion. When you're out of food equals 20. So they'll lose 20 health and they only have 100. So once we're out of food, it's going to be a little bit hard. And they each get losing health. So we'll do game config dot resource health loss on resource depletion. Okay, so back to the player, and then we check each for possible illness as well because all right, so one other thing that can happen besides like a weather effect, other random things. I mean, multiple things happen in the Oregon Trail, like dysentery, your caravan broke down. A lot of things could happen. We're just going to also have possibly cause illness to companion. I'm not going to create that yet, though. I'm going to go back to our bandit encounter, or hunted encounter, that is, sorry. Hunting encounter. And then hunt, successful, thanks. And we're going to say that journey.player.consume resources. So they didn't find anything, and their lantern oil and food was depleted by looking. Journey.log event failed hunting attempt console.writeLine. I could use the same thing um, since they're very similar, but I'm kind of making the logs a little bit more condensed in a way. Kind of. I mean, that was kind of longer, but I'm trying to. I'm trying to be a little bit more concise in what happened instead of failed hunting attempt. I'm going to say hunt failed, used some resources, but found no food. Now, I might just change it up to where I say something like this and just, get rid of the fact that we're doing both the console.writeLine. I think I will. Um, I might just do something like this and do like string hunted for food equals and do, and I think that the reason I did that is because the logs are in the past tense and the caravan stuff is in the present tense. So yeah, I know. Because that shows you what is happening versus what did happen. But if I word it well enough, then I shouldn't have that issue. And I'll just say hunted. That way we can stop doing two different prints. And I'll say string successful hunt is equal to, and I prefer this one. And I'll use that for this message. I think I'll do that from now on, so that way we won't have to print two of them. And the log event, we'll just use this. Failed hunt. Okay, so we can use that, failed hunt. And there's probably a better way for me to do this. When I log event, I could return the failed hunt, but whatever. And then I could just call log event inside there. But I think this is good enough to log the event and print the status to the user. Yeah, I kind of like that. I like that method, so I'm going to do it that way from now on. But okay, so that should be our hunting encounter. We'll have to create some other encounters. It's getting a bit later, but let me see if I can do a bandit encounter, and that'll give us a 15-minute break. Again, I'm going to go until we finish. There's not actually as much as you'd think to create. We have to create a few different encounters. We have to create the bandit encounter, the fog encounter, and then there's also the oil. In fact, I'll do the oil first because that's what a part of our main menu is. So there's not too much that we have to create. And so we'll finish within like, if I give us breaks, it'd probably be like 2 hours, maybe maybe even less, because it's actually just creating more encounters that are very similar to what you saw. In fact, I can just go into this and make a oil deposit encounter. This is more about seeing how you actually implement interfaces and abstract classes than anything else. The withering road dot, and I need for oil deposit the configuration. Oh, that's not the namespace. The encounters. I need the using statement, but I don't know why I'm using it. So, but we do know that public class. And I'm typing this out. Oil deposit encounter. Set deposit encounter. Swear sometimes. And that is going to implement the interactive encounterable interface, which is going to yell at you until you actually implement the call method. And so we need to actually implement that, or not, yeah, encounter method. Sorry, call was from our companions. Encounter, there we go. Public void encounter, and that takes in a journey. It's being nice to me in that it put a using statement automatically. It's starting to learn me, so that's nice. We'll put a dollar sign. No, not this. String. Searching for oil is equal to, and I'll say, and I have a nice little icon over here. I'll use the caravan searches for oil. And then I will do a journey dot log event searching for oil. And then I will do a console dot write line, searching for oil. I could have in the log event also done the console dot write line, like in this uh, lesson journey, I think. Yeah, log event. I could have also done the console dot write line in here, and that would save us having to call that every time we do that. And I might just do that actually. We get a message, so that way, whenever we log event, it's not just logged to the way I did it was to separate the log from the to like a variable to from that from the terminal output. But it will make our life a little simpler if we do this. So I think I will, and it'll have to say entry, but and then for the hunting encounter, I no longer have to do these console.write lines. And it'll also help me remember to log everything. And for anything else, I probably need to look and see if there's any log events. I don't think there's anything here yet. And for that, I don't log the event. We could log it, but I think I'm a little worried that that might say, okay, every time it checks it is less than 0. So I won't do it there yet. I may do it later. And then just making sure I don't do anything crazy with that. The hunting encounter, I log the event. The oil deposit, I log the event. Now we don't have to worry about the console.write lines. And so we don't even have to worry about creating a separate variable. And we can just do this straight in there. I'll keep the other ones, I think, and it's, it still works fine. So you can just get rid of those if you want, but I'm going to keep mine. So I'll just move the console.write line inside of log event because every time I do a log event, I want to do the console.write line. Now, we need a chance of finding oil. So in our game config, we need to have a chance of finding oil. And that one I listed first for food, so I'll list it public static, static, read only. Int for the chance of finding oil is equal to, and I forget what I made. Chance of finding oil. Chance of finding oil. Where's oil? Somewhere around. Chance of finding oil. I made it 30. Then we'll need the other properties. So I'll go ahead and do that. Public static read only. And I'll make these doubles. The chance can be a 0 to 100 number, but in case I want to have a little bit more precision for how much oil they gain, I'll use a double for that. So min oil gain from searching. That's what they do is search for oil is equal to, and let's see what they use, equals 4. And then public static read only double. This has to be pretty low because oil is going to deplete slowly, but if they do lose all their oil, then they die. So max or can proceed in the journey technically. Oil gained from searching is equal to, I think, like 12 here. Is that right? I think so. Somewhere between 4 and 12 pieces of oil they get. 12 is a pretty good amount, so it is a decently high amount. You might want to game balance the thing. That's why we have this game configuration classes, so we can do the game balancing in case things are slightly different. And I'll just do the deposit. So again, I will do same as before. If the random dot share dot next of 100 is less than game config dot and chance of finding oil, then they found it somewhere between, I forget what percent it was now, 30%, I think. Chance of finding oil 0 to 29 will be the numbers that will get us to finding oil. Anything else will get us no oil. So we'll do int oil gained is equal to, and we already have the numbers, int math dot round of, and we'll do a, hmm, I don't think yeah, I think, yeah, I might round it, but give me a sec. First, I'm going to do random dot shared dot next for anything. I want to do it between min uh, oil somewhere, oil, what did I call it? I thought I had those. Didn't I create those? Let me see. Min oil gain from searching, max oil gain from searching. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so game config dot min oil, game config dot max oil plus one. These are doubles, so I might have to do next double. And then, of course, this is going to complain since I now need to tell it how much precision to go out to, and also this is an integer over here. And precision, I think is the next part. How much precision do I need to give you? We'll say 2 decimal places. And that should be fine, I think. Let me see. 3 arguments. Oh, it just gives you a number between 0 and 1. So in order to use it that way, I would have to multiply by the minimum plus maximum minus, yeah. I'm going to actually do I think I'm going to let this be an integer version of it. And yes, it's going to complain, but for finding oil, I'll make that an integer version instead of the double version. For depleting oil, I'll make it the double version. So I could do a more complicated mathematical equation here, but don't really want to do min minus max pulver. Yeah, it's there's a there's a nice little formula for that, and I have to remember it off the top of my head, and I don't really want to. But journey dot layer dot add oil, I think, or dot oil dot lantern oil is plus equal to oil gained. Right. So then we log the event journey dot log event. I have the icon. That. Okay. Found oil deposit and gained, and I guess it is an interpolated string. Oil gained. Okay. And that does the console.writeLine for us, so I don't have to do that. Else, they did not finding oil. We're going to do the same thing we did with the hunting. Journey.player.consume resources. And then we do a journey.log event. And let me get my icon. And actually, since I should say the same thing. Besides hunt failed, I'll use that from the hunting classes. It's very similar name. So uh, search failed, used some resources, but found no oil, semicolon. And that should be all we need to do for the encounter of oil deposit. We have the hunting encounter and the oil deposit encounter. And we'll have to create some more for fogs and things like that. But these are the main ones from our main menu. We have hunting for food, searching for oil. And those are a start. So I'm going to give us a 15-minute break, and then I'm going to continue after that. I know it's getting a little later for some people, but since it's online, I'm hoping people will stay by. But I'll give us a 15-minute break because, I tend to forget the breaks anyway, and we only had like a 5-minute at the beginning whenever I needed a drink, and the 5-minute just a bit ago. So I'll give us a 15-minute. Let's see. There we go. Okay. For those just joining in, we're developing a Oregon Trail-like game in a console base, and we're going through a bit of interfaces and abstract classes, where an interface is something that relates things by functionality rather than what it is. We're going to have, for instance, hunting encounters, oil deposit encounters that are not really related by type of thing. They're more related on what they can do, which is be encountered. Basically, for Oregon Trail, you have ways of searching for food and or hunting, that sort of thing. So we're going to have something similar, but we have a few changes in that we've made some companions that we have to keep alive that will help us with different things and encounters that happen. We do use an abstract class for companion because Mystic and Warriors are companions, so those are things that we have types of. But we'll have a lot of different encounters that all need this encounter ability. Very simple interface, it just has an encounter ability, and it's a lot of unrelated classes that just are able to implement this interface because they need to be able to be encountered by the player. Um, I think I'll update this. I did look up the equation because I've forgotten. It's been a while since I've done this equation, but since I wanted the oil gained to not be an integer, I wanted the thing to be a double. It'll yell at me probably after, well, it'll do some interesting math, but let's get, instead of that, oil gained, and now it will yell at me. Equals, so we know that random.share.next double produces a value in between 0 and 1. To get it to the range of min and max, we have to multiply it by min and max. In fact, since these names are so long, I'm going to go ahead and store them in double min is equal to gain config dot min oil gain from searching. This is if we were successful at searching for oil. Double max is equal to gain config dot max oil. So I don't have to type that long thing in this equation. So that will give us the value between 0 and 1. Now, we need to multiply that by the maximum minus the minimum times that. And then at the end or at the beginning, we need to add the min back to that. So we scale the range between maximum and minimum, and then we add the min to get to the range of the between minimum and the maximum plus 1, which gets us between minimum and maximum. And that's how we do that. Okay. So we're still using random.share, but I wanted to give it a little bit more precision in the oil. I'm fine with the food being not really using that because we're using it more like an integer. I just made it a double just in case I wanted to change it later. But for the oil gain, just in case I ever want it to be something like that. This is an equation I learned many years ago, so it's been a long time since I've used this. But basically, this gives you a number between 0 and 1, and this is how you scale between max and min, and then add min at the end. It's always the adding min at the end I usually forget. And I'm like, wait a second, what do we add to it? But anyway, that will get you a range between the minimum of oil gain from searching and the maximum. So we already have the fact that we found it, and now we're actually doing something with it. Okay, so I think at this point we have two encounters that are to do with our main hunting and oil statuses. We also could move forward, and now our Mystic and Warrior are meant for being able to defend against bandits and dispelling fog, respectively. So we will have a fog encounter and we will have a bandit encounter, but I think we should start before we get there to implement some of these methods into our program class where we actually move forward in the journey. So in order to do the first one, we need to put an advanced journey into our journey class. I think I may have started on that. I don't remember if I did. Yeah, I started on that by asking which path do we want to travel, which is new. It's not exactly Oregon Trail. So we can give them a chance of having a fog bandit chance. So right now we will make quiet trail work. Then, if we want the others to work, we do have to create our bandit encounter and our fog encounter. But let's go ahead and make our safe, quiet trail to work. And for that, I'll trigger a random event, safe path. It's not really random. I'll just trigger an event. I'll just call it trigger event. The thing is, random things can happen along the path. So I'll go ahead and trigger an event of safe path, and that will need a, let's see if where does this even end? Why is this so tabbed? Oh, it's so tabbed over because I forgot that that is tabbed over for my console.write line. I need to like tab this poof poof over here. And that should line up better. Yeah, I was just looking at that. Okay, I like to line up my indentation. That's all. So we need to do the trigger event. And for that, we're going to need a method, simple as that. I don't think I created it. So let me go ahead and create a trigger event method. Trying to think of what all I want into the trigger event method, which is probably, no, there's going to be a lot, right? But there's going to be a little bit to start with. We'll just do the safe path first. So then we just need to get in the event itself. So we'll create the event, public void trigger event. And this take in the event type. And then from that, we can say if the event type is equal, and you could use a switch for this as well if you want. Safe path. You could also use a switch expression, but I'm going to have quite a few things happen. So I don't want to actually do a switch or a switch expression whenever I have a lot of things happen. And it won't be in this one that I think a lot of things happen, but in the others probably. I want to use an if statement instead because it allows me to have a nicer format for doing a lot of things instead of having a simple option. A switch, you could do a lot of things in these switches, but then those cases start to look really bad. So I want to use just a simple if statement which says if this is true, meaning if an event type is equal to the string safe path. And in fact, I should use the property, the way to do string checking equals and do it like that. It's the way string checking should work. You can also do the double equals, but in C sharp they prefer to do dot equals. I don't remember exactly why they prefer it, but nonetheless, it has a little bit of validation, I think. And you can also change this. That's one thing I do like. We can actually use string comparison types. So I'll make sure that it is, even though it's our program and everything, I will just do an ignore case to ignore case sensitive in case I typed safe path or anything like that. But that would just be a programmer error, not a player error at that point. But that does allow us to do that instead of the equal equals, which does not. You would have to turn it into a lowercase string, etc., etc. Or uppercase, doesn't matter. Console.writeLine, I think. Let's see, do I want to log the event? I think I want to log the event. I'm just wondering if I actually log it here. Do I actually want to log it? I want to log it, I think. Yeah, I think I will log it. So instead of doing the console.writeLine, I'll do log event because we're in our journey class, so we can just call it directly. I'm going to use my nice little icon I have here. There we go. Semicolon at the end. Oh, parentheses. Thank you. Okay. You walk the quiet path or trail. What's a trail? Yeah, trail. Okay. Um, it feels safer than most paths, but the slower pace consumes extra supplies, and companions could become ill or something similar to that nature, and companions may fall ill. And companions, which we don't have the code for yet. Okay, so, and companions may fall ill. We do need to take care of that at some point soon, but not yet. We don't have to yet. But what we do need to take care of is the consuming resources. And I have this consume resources. So I think it's in player. Yeah, consume resources. We could put a new multiplier here and say that, let's say double multiplier and default it to 1.0. And then we just would use that. Then that means that if we don't pass a multiplier in, it uses 1.0 by default, but we could pass in a different multiplier for choosing the safer path. And I think what I want to happen is use our game config to give us a extra resources that they use. See, what do I call that? Not hazard, not food. Yeah, extra resources for safer path. That's going to be like this, I think, something around there. Public, static, read only, um, double. Okay, extra resource multiplier for safe path. And I think I'll have it as much as 3.0. Three times as many resources that you use for it, but that might be something a bit extreme. You might want to down that value. I'm that's something that you have to balance, and that's why I have it in game config. Everything I'm trying to balance for the game and things like that, I put in game config. That way I just change these numbers up and I can make sure my game experience is nice. All right, so we have this, and then so for our journey or our program class, we have that we move forward, hunt for food, and our journey is where we choose the road that we pick. And so we have this, we log the event, and that's going to also print out to the console. But now we actually have to have player dot consume resources. And I'm going to put the game config dot extra resources multiplier for safe path. Okay, and that'll have us consume extra resources because they went on the safe path, which makes sense. Otherwise, you would just always pick the safe path, right? I mean, why not? You could do more things. I'm going to also allow causing an illness, which will damage their health once multiplier. Um, let's rename that a bit. Yeah, it'll take a sec or two before it populates over to the right spot. Well, it might take more than a second or two, but it will rename it eventually. But I think that is good for the trigger event for what we have right now. I might want to go ahead and cause the illness, and I should have done that by now. Yeah, so it did change it. It just hadn't populated over that did change it, so I needed to look at the file and say, hey, you've already changed. No. That was a rename of variable for IDEs like VS Code. VS Code uses F2 for renaming variables, so you don't have to change that in both places. It changes it all over your code. And for like I know VS Visual Studio uses like Control or Command RR. And so you can rename variables in IDEs, and then you can also say rename symbol and change all occurrences. I prefer rename symbol, but whatever. All right, so that would be consuming resources. And I think I do want to handle the illness because we've said it a couple of times. Let me see what I actually have for handling illness. I think all I do for the companions for illnesses, let me see. I think I just have a simple little possibly cause illness method that basically takes a random value and gives an illness chance. So let's get a chance for illness first. All right, so let's give us a chance for illness. And since that has to do with the player, I will put it here, public static read only. It's 0 to 100. Chance for illness. equals, and I have to figure out what I'm going to use for that. Chance for illness. Once chance for illness. 25%. We're also going to need like how much they actually get when they are ill. We could have it be random. I think I'm just going to have it be fixed. Getting a little tired of random. So it does make for some exciting gameplay when you do use the random bits. You have to be careful on how you use it. Um, illness um, amount equals, and I'm going to have 20% health. So that is two things I know I'm going to need for checking for illness. And then back onto this, we already have consume resources, and we already say, oh, we also possibly cause illness when we consume resources too. So we do need this. So let's go ahead and create a public static bool, and I'll say possibly cause illness because it'll be a probability base cause illness. And I'm going to take in the companion that we're going to give illness to, and say int illness chance it's -1 to start. I'll show you why I'm kind of doing that because what I'm going to do is check for whether they died or not as well. So first of all, if the illness chance is less than 0, then they didn't pass illness chance in, and I'm going to say that illness chance is equal to game config dot chance for illness. Okay. And otherwise, only check illness if companion is still alive. If random dot share dot next 100 0 less than, and then I need the illness chance, and the companion dot health is greater than 0. All right, announce illness and apply health penalty. All right, so we will say console. I think I'll apply the health penalty first, and I'll just do an event log for it. Yeah, that'll work. So companion dot health minus equals game config dot illness, but not that one, illness amount. And then what else? Event log event. Yeah, I think it's in journey dot log. Yeah, probably need the lowercase journey. Do I have that? Yeah, maybe I need to pass in the journey for that. Let me see. The thing is, journey is a class that contains a player, so I might have to print out that beforehand. If I want to log this, I will have to log it in Journey where that happens because it contains player, not the other way around. So I can't just, they're not a relationship back and forth. Like player doesn't contain Journey, Journey contains player. So I can't just do a log event because that's in the Journey. I could move log event out of Journey and make it a static method or something like that, which would work as well. But for the moment, I'll just do a console.writeLine. But it might be something to think about is moving it out. And I'll put the nice little icon I have for this. Okay. And it will say companion dot name has fallen ill, new health, and then we'll do companion, or we can either way, companion dot health. Okay. Now, I also want to say check if the companion has died. if the companion dot health less than or equal to 0, um, then I'm going to do a console.writeLine, and I do have an icon for that too. Companion name has died from illness. And here I said we return a bool, and what I'm going to return is whether or not the companion health, whether they died. And the reason I'm going to do this is because when they're dead, I need to check for things like, is the game completely over? So whenever we cause an illness, there's possibility that we also cause death. And if we cause the death of every companion that exists, then the game is over. So I'm returning a bool to see whether we did cause an illness so that we can check for that. Return, and not only that, I'm going to see if we killed a companion. Companion dot health less than or equal to 0. So that will say, okay, when we possibly cause an illness, we caused their death. So whenever I go to check for that, I can say whether or not that's a game over condition. That allows me just to see whether or not someone died when we caused them an illness, because we needed ways of checking for game over. And so that's why I did the whole illness chances -1 here. Okay, but past that, we now need to actually use that places. Possibly cause illness to that's in consume resources, for instance. In consume resources, let me see where I have that. We yeah, we do the if food is less than or equal to 0, we lose health. That's one thing. But now we also possibly cause an illness for each companion, companion, and companions. And we're just going to do possibly cause illness for each companion. And do that. Now we're not going to check for game over and consume resources. We'll do that outside of there. And let's see, that should be good for that. I'm looking to see where else we also cause illness. So we did companion illness. Journey. This is something that happens in the trigger event for Journey as well. Whenever we do the safe path, we also make sure that they get a possibility for illness. Let's see, and I'm going to cause a possibility for everyone. So for each var companion in player.companions. All right, so for that, I'm going to do uh, player dot possibly cause illness, and I'll do companion, and sorry, companion, and I want to do a lower chance, I think, for causing an illness for the safer path. And so looking back at causing illness in our player, we do change the illness chance if we pass it in. So I can pass in like a something that's configured. Let's do with the safe path. Let me see right here. I'll put near the safe path. Public, static, read only. And I will do let's say double and yeah, I'll do a double. And for this, I want to say mm, illness mount. It's the chance, but it's a divisor. It's chance on safe path divisor. No, I want to say, just, let's do that. Equals 0 point,
Yeah, 0.5. I'll have to say that you have half the chance that you normally have when you're on the safe path for illness. And so we need to pass in the illness chance, which is game config dot uh, chance for illness, illness chance on safe path, which is a double non-integer. So this expected an integer between zero. Okay, so that expected an integer between 0 and 100, I guess. So what I need to do is, and it's a divisor, isn't it? Just trying to think of what actually is our. Yeah, it's expecting the 0 to 100. So I will just give it the illness chance for illness over, and then game config dot um, illness chance on safe path, and then I'll round that, I think, is what I'll do. So you'll have half the chance if that, yeah, I'll just round that. And that should give me the chance for illness divided by 2, basically. And I have to convert math.round to an integer because it doesn't return 1. So if I do follow the safe path, then the normal chance of illness is halved. Um, but but you do get a chance, and that's because there's a possibility for everyone to get ill from that. So I don't want it to be too high of a chance whenever you're going on the safe path. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing that. Anything else on the safe path? I think we can go ahead and say trigger event safe path. Of course, put a semicolon at the end. And that allows us to do the safe path. The only things that can happen are consuming resources and possibly causing illness. We can't yet hunt. We do have the hunting in there, but we can't yet. We don't have like moving forward or hunting for food or looking for oil, and we need all those things. So I have to figure out what I'm doing next. I think moving forward would be the next best bet, and I think it's not going to be too hard. Just want to make sure, do I do anything? So I advance the journey by increasing the current milestone because I've already started that, right? I've already started advancing the journey. I increase the current milestone. I print the trail, and then I trigger random events. And right now we only have one of those random events calculated, but that should mean that inside of the program class, we can now do move forward by saying journey. I guess we'll have to do player dot journey. Do we have a player? Do we have a journey in the main class? We should create something in the main class. So I don't know if we have that. We'll have to have somebody. Yeah, we need to create a journey. Journey. Journey equal new. And we'll say journey dot advanced journey. I'm trying to think of, do I actually print something whenever I do advance a journey? Um, I do see if it's complete. I don't have something to see if it's complete yet, so that is something that I will need in Journey to see whether or not we have actually completed the path, which is not too hard to write. So I think I'll do that next because it's just one line of code. It's going into Journey. We need to figure out, have we actually finished the journey? Public bool is Journey complete, and it'll just be a one-line expression by member. And we're doing current milestone greater than equal to total milestone minus 1 because we're using 0 based. So we have to subtract from 1 to make sure that's greater than or equal to the 0 based version. All right, so that would be journey complete. And then we actually have to do that on the program. Advanced journey, then we check to see if the journey is complete. So if the journey is complete, if journey dot is journey complete, do a console dot write line, I think. And I'll do congratulations, you completed the journey. That's not really going to be an event log since it's like an end game situation. I just want to do that. And there we go. All right. I need to actually do some things here. There we go. Um, and I do want to generate a final report. Let me see if I have enough to generate the final report yet. I have whether or not the journey is completed. I have the current milestone. I have the surviving companions. I have any companions that were lost. I have your remaining resources, so we can actually do a print of the entire in-game statistics right here. Now, make a note of it. Print in-game statistics. Okay, so let's generate those in stats, which are going to be in Journey as well. Okay, public string, and well, I'm still wondering. I think I should just do a void and print out the in Journey statistics. Yeah, so I'll just say display in stats, and all it's going to do is using a raw string literal print out the end game statistics. Now this will be printed if they lose or if they win. Right now, we're checking to see if they won, but we'll also use this for losing. So we'll say console.writeLine, and I will have a raw string literal that is interpolated for the $sign. Whenever you have an interpolated string, you have to have a $sign in front of it. Raw string literals let me print multi-line. I am going to print a bunch of these guys, I think. I can actually print this nicer little symbol here that I have that fits a little better than equal sign. There we go. And I'll end with one of those. Yep. Okay, so in between, is journey complete? Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure why I have the extra parentheses here, but we'll see what I have. And then if it's, all right, so if this is true, print a star and journey completed, exclamation point, and otherwise print this. I'm not sure I really need the quote. I think what I've done is I need this here and I need that. There we go. So this will run the is journey complete, and depending on what that returns, which was a Boolean on whether or not the journey has been completed, reach the last milestone, then we, if that's true, we print journey completed. If it's failed, we print journey failed. And then we will print their progress at that point, which I'll use this for. Progress. Location, and then current milestone plus 1 of total milestones plus 1. That should give us 0 base, or 1 base that is. And then, oop, guess that is at the beginning. It's just a bigger icon than I thought it was. Now, surviving companions, I'll print this guy out. Surviving companions. Okay. So for surviving companions, I need to do something like print them with a new line in between each, I think. And I think that would be good. So I'm going to take a string.join with environment.newline. That way it'll prevent it will join all the companions in the list of companions on new lines. And what I'm going to print is the surviving companions. So we have to do a check here with link. And what we're going to do is this. And what we need is the player.companions. And with link, we need to do some things. So dot where, meaning we're going to start with all companions and then only keep the ones where the health is greater than 0. So C, you can do any variable here, companions, what I'm using for C. Lambda equals C dot health is greater than 0. That'll be a surviving companion. Now, for each one, we need to select some information that they survive. You can combine these. Select. All right, so now that we know that we have the companions, where the companions.health are greater than 0, we want to select some information about them and print them. So we will say, see, I think it's, I need a something, no. This is what I need, a $sign. Yeah, I think I will print, C dot, let's see, I need a C. I need this. There we go. Need a selector for the selection. Dot name and health and C dot health. That's why I'll print them, I think. Yeah, I think that should be good. All right, so what we've done here is we join everyone that's in the list of companions by new line so that we can print one at a time because link will process each element in collection one at a time. The collection that C represents is this companions here. That's what this companions here. And what it's going to do is say, okay, where the health of the companions is greater than 0. Select the name and health from them and print join that with a new line. So just for every companion, do the name and health, and we have surviving companions. And do I have a nice little icon for that? I don't think so, but we do need to space out just a little bit, I think. Okay, that's good for the name. Probably should do something with lost companions as well. I think I have the skill icon for that. And this is going to be very, very, very similar. Lost companions, or companions who died. And I'm just going to copy and paste this because all we need to do is change the where. And instead of saying that where is greater than 0, we just do less than equal to 0. And that will print the lost companions. What else do I want to print? The remaining resources. I actually have a nice little icon for that too. Remaining resources. So for this, I'll say food, player.food, and then lantern oil, player.lantern oil. Nothing really crazy about that one. Now, we also want to print the event log. So that one I will use an icon for as well that I have here. Journey log. This will also use a string.join, but we'll do a slightly easier string.join. All we're going to do is join everything with a new line for the log, but we're going to select the elements with just some spacing in between. So all we have to do is this string.join, and we're going to do environment.line to join our queue. Remember, link works on collections and things like that. So we're going to work with our collection, and event log is our queue, which is a collection, and dot select. And all we're going to do is select the what am I going to call it? E for the event log, and All I'm going to do is print out a few spaces and then just the log. That's all. How many spaces? One, two, three. I think I should put four. And that should be, um, make these line up. And make these line up, I think, with the same number of spaces. Let's do. All right, there we go. That will be the journey log, and that's all I need to print. Then we print the end of that. Okay, so what we've done is do a console.writeLine for displaying the end stats, where we print whether or not the journey was successfully completed or failed. In fact, I might want to say, I got that in caps lock. Journey failed or journey successfully completed. That way the success sort of stands out that they know. And then we print out the surviving companions by joining the list of companions with new lines. So basically, this builds a string with new lines in it, connecting parts of the companions list using link with where and select. Where will say, okay, where this condition is true. And where c.health is greater than 0, we print out the c.name and c.health with selecting that from that list. And we do the same thing for the lost companions. But that should take care of display end stats. Let me see, where am I? Was I using that for? On program, I think. Print into game statistics. So, is there any display end stats? Okay, that is one. We also need to do hunt for oil or food, looking for oil, and view current status. View current status, we should probably already have enough information for at this point. Let me see, how did I do that before? I could probably make display status, I think. I think that's not going to take much because, yeah, yeah, I can do display status real fast. I'll give us another little break after display status, but that way we'll have the moving forward and the view current status. We'll need to hunt for food, search for oil, which we do have the encounters for already, so not going to be too difficult to do. We already have the information there, so we need to use it. And then for our encounters, we're going to have some random encounters that happen in our journey. If you see, we'll have traveling the fog path, traveling the bandit path will trigger different events. And we can now uncheck this. And now we can log event instead of doing the console.writeLine. We can do log event and do this because it already prints to the console. Um, yeah, that seems to be okay. So we have four things to take care of, I think. Fog, bandits, and in our program, we have food, oil, and we will take care of view current status now. So first I'll do the view current status and then I will go ahead and take us a little break after that. So view current status shouldn't be that difficult. I could do it in the journey class or in the player class. It doesn't really matter. I probably should have created a different class for, displaying some things. But in the player, I'm not really doing display status. So I think I'll do it in this in here. So let me see if we're actually end up putting it display, display, display. Yeah, I think I just put it in journey, or maybe even put it in, I maybe even put it in like the actual program class. Let me see. Yeah, I kind of put in the actual program class, but it's okay. I don't have to put it there. I can put it in here, which makes more sense. So let's go ahead and we have in-game stats. So let's go ahead and public void. Yeah. void, display status. Okay. We'll use the player object. Um, we can player equals journey.player, lowercase journey, thanks, or this dot player. Yeah, we already have player. We don't have to do that in the journey class. So I will go ahead and just write our string console.writeLine, and I'll use a interpolated raw string literal for this, which means I put a dollar sign in front and ends and start with 3 or more quotes. The start and end have to match, but that's about it. This is a multi-line string. I'm going to use this little icon here. There we go. Journey status. And I think, do I have something at the bottom of that? Probably not. Okay. I will use our lollipop for current location. Current location, and that is going to be get. Do I have a get milestone name? I don't know if I end up writing one of those. No, we don't need it because we have the milestone name. All right, so we can get the milestone name from miles. Where's the name of the milestones? So we have milestone names. There's our total milestones, and our milestone names is a list. So all we need to do is get the current milestone name. I think I made a helper method for this. Um, Milestone names of current milestone. But this is why I didn't really do it. I think that is going to be correct. I might have to check the math on that to see if I need to add or subtract one, but I think that is correct of current milestone. And let's see, what else do we need to print? That's the location. Then let's go ahead and do resources with the box we used before and resources. Food. Player. Do I have player food? Dot, mm, player dot food. There we go. And then lantern oil. Player dot oil. Lantern oil. No semicolon. Thanks. And as for their companion status, we can print that as well. Companions. I'll do the string.join again. And then I'll do it with an environment.newLine, the usual. So join things with a new line from a collection. And let's see, I will use a select player. I keep forgetting I said capital player dot companions dot select. It's gonna hate me until I finish everything off, but it's okay. Um, and for selecting, I'm going to select. Let me put this in new line. Dot select. I'm going to select the the companion. You can use C. C is fine. Point two goes to where the companion dot health is greater than 0. C dot health. We should stop doing that. Environment dot newline comma. There we go. It's a little bit better. C dot health is greater than 0. I have to finish this whole thing or it's going to complain until I do that. I have done raw interpolated string, so that should be fine, and we probably just need that eventually. All right, so if it's greater than 0, we'll do it with this in the select. We print out, I'm going to print out this little icon, I think. Yeah, I think I'll do that. And that is going to be a companion, name, health. Yeah, I've been using this. Companion.health. And then we need the colon for that. So this is going to be another one of these guys, not a semicolon. But I need another icon for dead companions. I'm just making sure I have enough space there. See that name? Deceased. And that will be good. Now, just to show what we did here, might, yeah, that'd be fine. Okay, so what we've done is print out the current information. I don't need a new line after this. The location is just our milestone names of the current location. Um, we have food, which is just player.food, Laren oil, which is just player.Laren oil. The only thing that might be a little confusing to you at first is the string.join. String.join combines multiple elements of a collection together. So it'll probably even say concatenates the members of a constructed IE numeral, so a collection. So basically, we're combining all the elements of companions, which are just the mystic and the warrior. I think that's in player, which has the mystic and warrior. Yeah, so this is our companions. We're combining these. Back to Jerry. And what we're doing is saying where the health is greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, we use the conditional operator. If it's greater than 0, then we print the health and name of the current companion. Otherwise, we say, oh, we're deceased. All right, so that's display status, and I can't remember what I was using that for right now. I think that's view current status. Yes, that's what I was using it for. View current status, which I think is, do I just need to do that? I think so. Display, I think I do journey dot display status. Okay, so that prints the current status. Now, after this is all done, we probably should check for game over during our during each round. But for now, I'm going to give us a small break. I think I'll go ahead and give us a 15-minute break and come back because it's been a little bit since I've given this break. We will need to do food, oil, and journey. We need to do the fog and bandit. We'll probably start with fog and bandit, and then move on to the other ones, which are again hunting for food and looking for oil. There are a few smaller things that we'll have to do, like displaying our progress. I'm going to do that in a special way. We need to check for game ending condition. So that's about 5 or so things we need to do, but we shouldn't take too long to do them because we have most of the things we have for encounters. We are going to do a more complex encounter for bandits and for fog, but not too much more. It's going to have a menu and things, so we'll do that. I'll give us a 15-minute break and we'll be back. Good. All right, so back and let's see, what were we doing? We were doing this. I realized we actually already made this, so we're going to do that really quickly. So for our case two of hunting for food and our case three of searching for oil, we've made the encounters. So all we have to do for, let's say, hunting for food. I'm going to get rid of these console.write lines so I can remember. And searching for oil are actually use what we've created. So we have hunt for food, we have search for oil, we've already done four. So the only thing we have to do is create a hunting encounter. Encounter equals new and then encounter dot encounter and journey. There we go. I forgot we did that much of it. And then same thing, oil encounter or pause encounter, I guess. Encounter equal new. I might have to use a different variable name. For these, we'll just say H encounter instead of that. I'm not going to use these variables anywhere else. I'm not too worried about clarity. And then oil encounter for oil encounter. Oil encounter dot encounter and journey. There we go. So the next thing we do after we do all this, we still have some stuff to do in the other encounters like bandit encounters and fog encounters for our journey. But these are the main options. But after we do that, we need to check to see if the game is over after they do anything. So I'm going to create something, and probably be the only other method inside our program class, because all I really want to do is check the game over. And I think that fits fine in the program class. We have the main menu and main method in there, so I will create a public static, and I'll make it a bool, not public key, thank you. Public static bool. I have to make sure that I'm right on my parentheses, or right on my braces here. I think I'm still in the program class. I think. We'll see. Check game over. And I'll take in the player. And because journey contains a player, so I'll take in that. Did I miss a... Must be out here. I'm not sure. Let me see. Am I at the... Where am I at on this? There's a statement. Okay. All right, good. So then all this needs to do is require a bool to return. I'm just making sure I'm at the right spot. I have to be outside the method. So how do we actually have a game over? Well, one thing is if we run out of oil, that's our main one. If player.lantern oil is less than or equal to 0, then we can say console.write line. And since it's game over, we don't need to log anything. And out of lantern oil cannot continue journey. Return true. All right, so that's one way in which the game can end. The other way is if all companions are dead. So if all companions are dead, then we say that we cannot continue. So those are two ways of actually losing the game. I'll say a bool companion alive equal false, and I'll run us through a loop because we have a list of companions. So I'll do it for each loop since it's really good for collections. For each var companion in companions, player.companions. And we're going to do if companion.health is greater than 0, we're going to go ahead and return or set companion alive equal to true. And actually, we're going to break at that point. If we find any companion alive, we're going to set companion alive equal to true and break. And then Now, at this point, if we're still false, if not companion alive, we've checked all of them and we're still false, then we can say console.writeLine all companions all dead. I'll use can't second, a little less formal. Can't continue journey. Okay, and I think that's the only way I really want us to die, so otherwise, return false. There we go. So I think that is that not all paths? Let's see. Did I miss a path? Oh yeah, we missed a path right here. Return true, and then that should be all of them. I think. Yeah. Okay. So right now we check to see if the lantern oil is less than or equals 0, then it game over. Then we check our companion status. I'm going to see if there's any companion alive. If there is, then we set companion alive equal true, and we break. Otherwise, it's going to continue on and see, okay, we found one companion that wasn't alive, but is every companion alive? If every companion is dead, that wasn't set to true. Then that means that if they're all dead, return true that the game is over, otherwise return false. And now we can call it in our main method. Um, After the while, we need to try to think where I am. After we check yeah, we can do it right. I think we do a default for this too, in case. And yeah, we do that. Okay, so I might want to do a default for exit the game. So if they don't do that, I usually have a default case in case they don't enter 1 through 5, I guess at this point. We can say console.writeLine, and I'll use our um, stop sign icon. Exiting the game. Thanks for playing. And at that point, I will go ahead and do a um, journey dot generate or display in stats and set running equal false and break out of our switch. That way it breaks out of the while as well. Okay, then after the switch, but still in the while, after the switch, we want to check to see if the game is over. But first we want to display the progress. I haven't showed you how to do that yet. I'll tell you, I'll do the game over, but I want to also make sure to put a reminder myself to display current progress because at the end of each, what I'm going to have is that we have a certain number of milestones. And for those milestones, I kind of want to print an arrow to say where they are, as well as maybe print the first letter of the name of the companion or a death icon if the companion is dead. I'll show you how that'll look. It's going to be an interesting looking display. Display current progress, but I had to create that method. And then check game over. If check game over and journey.play, console.writeLine. Well, no, we already do it right. So journey dot display in stats. That's all I want to do, and I'll return out of the main method. That will break us out of the while. That just return from the method. Okay. Now I need to create this displaying current progress, and I usually have the progress stuff in here. Like if it's the journey complete, advanced journey. So I'll go ahead and do it. There's display status, um, which is good, but I want to display like a map is what I'm looking for. So I'm going to do that in journey, and I think I'll use an interesting little function here. Let's see if I have it display progress. Yeah. Okay, so I want to print this little map. Um, that'll print below. Basically, every time there's a mission option that they have, like that menu of hunt and search for oil, move forward, etc. Below that, I would like to see it show them where they are in the current mission. Current mission, the in the game. Which milestone they've made it to, or which city they've made it to, if you want to say, or which checkpoint, or whatever you want to say. So we need public void display progress because it's kind of like a progress bar. That's why I sort of named it like this. So first of all, console.write, not write line, but we'll start with something that says journey start. And at the end, we will do something very similar and say console.write, and we'll put a new line at the end. Journey end. Okay, so that's going to be like from journey start to journey end. I'll put a space here. Now, in order to print out something interesting, I'm going to change up the colors that we do things with. And to do that, you can use the foreground color of the console class. I think that is, let me see. I think that is okay for any IO or any OS. I don't think it's just for Windows. I think you can do that with Mac and other things. There are some limitations on the console for C Sharp and in Windows. Um, they're just for Windows, but I think this will work for all OSs. So we might be able to do this together then. Okay, 4. Int I equals 0, I less than total milestones, plus plus I. If I less than current milestone. At that point, we want to set the foreground color, and I think I'll do green. Console dot foreground color equal to console color dot green. Mean that up until our current milestone, I'm going to print out console dot write. I'll show you what I print out. 1, 2, 3. I think I did 3 for each. Yeah. I'm going to print out 3 little dashes and a vertical staff in green. And that means that these are places that you've already visited because we're not currently at our current milestone. So these are places that you've already visited. We're just going to print a green bar. At the end, before we forget, after you're done with your foreground color and background color switching, you need to reset the colors, otherwise the console will keep those colors. So before I even forget, I'll reset the color, saying that I'm done with changing colors. Otherwise, it could get stuck. So make sure whenever you're messing with the foreground color and background color and such, that you reset it afterwards. Now, else, if I equals this current milestone, meaning that's made to the current one that you're at, I'm going to display some stats and things there. Um, and so I'm going to go on to the next one, which is easier. If you are at if the rest of them are unvisited, then I'm just going to use a gray color saying that's invisible or unvisited, and I'm just going to write the same thing as I did here. It's very similar to that. The only complicated one we're going to have, the only complicated one we're going to have is when they're actually at the current um, mission or milestone or city or whatever you want to say. The ones they've visited are green. The ones they have not visited are gray. But I want to print more information than just green, gray, or maybe red or yellow probably yellow for this. But I want to print more information than just that. I want to print information about who's alive at that point using just like the first letter of the first name of the companion. So you may want to be careful on how you name your companions if I'm doing this. So first of all, I'm going to set it to yellow. Console.foreground color equal console color.yellow. Okay, I think that'd be good for displaying the current one. And then I will get first letter of each companion's name and add it to the display. String, companions at current milestone. Now I'll use the string.join on this because it's going to use the string or the companions class again. But this time I'm going to do it with a comma, string.join. I'm going to join them with a comma instead of a new line because I need to print on that map instead of in a new line. And put a comma on what I want to print, put a semicolon, I think at the end. All right, there we go. And this is going to be based on their current health. So either we're going to display their first letter of their first name, or we're going to display a death icon, basically. So we need an if check. And to do that, I'll need to do a select. And so I'm going to do the player.companions.select with link. And I'm going to put the select on a new line so you can see what I'm doing. Because all I'm going to select is I'm going to be selecting the companion based on their health. So I'm going to check, is the current health of the companion that you're looking at, meaning in this list, it selects every element of the list and then looks for a condition. And here the condition is going to be companion.health is greater than 0. All right, so what happens if that's true and what happens if that's false? If it's true, I want to say that I'm going to print console, no, not console, c.name of 0 because that's the first character of their name, dot toString to convert the, I don't even know if I need to do toString anymore. I used to have to, but it's kind of like default these days. But just in case, you can convert a character, the first character of a name, to a string. And then otherwise, if their health is not greater than 0, I want to print a nice little death icon, which I'll print like, I have a little one saved over here. There. So we're going to look at each companion at the current milestone. We're going to join them with a comma, and we're going to print out either their first letter, their first name, or a death icon if they're dead. So we're going to see a nice little printout of that. Now, that's good and all, but we actually have to print the thing. So first of all, that's going to be printed after where I print the player is. And I'm going to use, instead of a vertical staff, I'm going to use an arrow to print out that they are currently here. So just like I did with the 3 dashes and the vertical staff, I'm going to do 3 dashes and an arrow. And I'm going to use an interpolated string, which means I need to use a dollar sign before the string, and I can insert variables inside braces this way. But first of all, I have a nice little icon here. All right, and then I will print right here in between parentheses, I will print the companions at current milestone. Okay, and that should be good. Yeah, yeah, that should be an interesting display. All right, and then everything else, I reset the color at the end. So I set green to be visited areas, yellow to be the current one, and I check and see what the companion status is. And also print that you're the player, you're kind of here at this current milestone. And otherwise, I print the unvisited ones in gray. And then at the very end of the journey, I print that an arrow with the journey end that you're heading towards. In fact, this might be better if instead of that, I print the name of the last milestone. I could do, let's see, GameFig. Is it GameFig? Might have access to the milestones. I have to see what the name of the milestone names are. I think it's milestone name. Yeah, milestone names. Yeah, where'd it go? Let's find out where I am. There we go. Names. of milestone names, not current milestone, of milestone names, milestone names dot count, or I could just do the simple range icon, and I think that one too many of those. So that way it prints instead of journey end, in case I don't want it to say that and want it to say the final destination. Or you could have even said Howling Forest was the end one, but that way at least lets me know. So it will say the name of the last milestone there. Um, so that'd be good. That way it prints the right name instead of just journey end. And we can say journey start at the beginning. We can even there do the same that we just did and say, here we're wanting to do the milestone names of 0 at that point, the very first milestone. So that will tell us the start and the end. All right, so we have to use that now, what we've created, and I'm going to do that in the program class. Display the current progress. So I just put it right here. Journey dot display progress. All right. There's one more thing I want to do here, and I've noticed one thing. I don't print out the map um, until they've made a choice. So I want to make sure that the very first time this menu prints out, that below it we print the map out, the display that we just created. So in the program class, I'm going to go ahead and have a little Boolean to check if I've displayed the map yet or not. If I have not displayed the map on the first choice, then print it. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, and then also I should probably do, I gotta do it above this. I think I'll do it above. Uh, console. Enter your choice. That way they know, because I didn't really ask them to press any of those buttons. Okay, and then that's all right. I will create, like I said, a Boolean. I'll put below our bool running. Bool displayed first map false. And then I'll do if not displayed first map, go ahead and journey dot display progress. That will print our map before we have to do a read line so that we can see it below the menu. And once, and we need to set this equal to true, displayed equal true. Once this has been displayed at the first, it prints it every other time right after the switch, so that's perfectly fine. But I'd like before they actually do the choice to see where they are and what the map looks like. Um, so that's good. We've got all that. The only thing we haven't done now are fog and bandit. I want to kind of run the program. It's been a while since we actually looked at the program, so I want to see what it actually looks like and see if we've got any major issues because it's been a while since we ran it. All right. Yeah, one thing here already I can say. We've got the very first one. We are now TNG are alive, which I forgot what the name of the companions are. Let me look and what did I name them? Actually, I think that's in player. Well, I put the names in game config. Okay, Talon and Goroth, the mystic name and the warrior name. Maybe I should put it with an M and a W so I know. But they're both alive. We print the yellow arrow where we are at Verdant Grove. And then we can see the map is unfilled all the way to our final destination. And, we would have to be careful. If we increase the number of milestones, we would probably decrease the number of these things so that we could print on one line still. You can't have you would have to reformat some of the printing if we change the way some things work, I think. But this looks pretty decent to me, I think. We know that we're here. Um, I might have wanted to put a arrow or not arrow, but but like a vertical staff at the end. Thinking about that to just do the anyway. But we know where we are. Let's move forward and see what happens. That's just a printing thing. I've only done the quiet trail right now, so let's go ahead and just do quiet trail. All right, so what happened? Let's find out. If I failed the journey already. Let's see. What happened? Out of lantern oil. Did I not give us enough oil? Because I'm already out of lantern oil. Lantern oil is -1. I must have not given us enough lantern oil to start with. So that's one thing we'll have to look into. Let's see. But it says you walk the quiet trail. It feels safer than most paths. Obviously not. But the slower pace consumes extra supplies. I made those consumption way too much, I think, is what happened. And companions may fall ill. Talon has fallen ill, has a new health, and then we ran out of lantern from our first. We did make it one destination past. And like journey failed, the progress location 2 of 11. Um, I think that's actually supposed to be -1, so it should be 2 of 10, I think, if I counted correctly. I'll have to look at that. 60 and 80 is about right on the because they both get ill? I don't see both of them falling ill, but I might have given them different health. Let's see. Talon fell ill. Yeah, Talon fell ill, so I have to look and see what the health is and why both of them got damaged. But we'll have to look at that. There's some printing things. We didn't lose any companions, but we did run out of resources really quickly. So under game config, we need to change a couple of things. Um, First of all, let's see. I have that pretty high on the extra resources for safe path to be 3 times as much as the rest. I may want to down that to like 1.5 or something like that um, for the extra resources instead of 3, because that was a bit much. Let's see about the printing of 2 to 11 progress. So that's in Journey. That should be simple little things to do. Where is that's not display progress, display status. Milestone names. That's current location. I think it's display status. Where is that? No, it's in the game end one, which is one of the things that are actually in program. One of the few things we're checking game over, I think. Our lantern oil can't continue, and then we display in stats. I guess it is display in stats. So display in stats. Oh, yeah, I was thinking this +1 was not right. Um, we do add one for current milestone because it starts at 0, but total milestones is 10, so that should be with that. Other than that, I don't see any major issue other than we need to see why uh Garath also got damage. Let's see. So whenever Talon fell ill, so that is going to be in the journey of let's see. Let's find out where we have player, I guess. Where we have where they fall ill. Possibly cause illness. It does apply that. And if there were more than one companion, should have printed out the other as fallen ill. And interestingly, it's like lost companions, and we have to figure out why it's printing Graph Health 80 a bunch of times. Lost companions, and also lost companions twice. So, let me figure out what the display in stats, because I might have printed some things too much or something. That would be enduring. So displaying in stats would be here. All right, so we combine the companions where the health. Oh, I'm using the same variable name, I think. I think I need to change this to a different variable name, so selecting this instead of the original companions. Give me a sec. I want to make sure that's what I was doing wrong in Journey. For display, if I find that. Advanced journey. Let me go to display instats. Yeah, should be okay. It's less than or equal to I'm worried about. All right. Select where their health is less than or equal to 0. Select the name. I don't really need the health. It's just less than or equal to 0. But just need the name. But it says we lost Garath. So why were they lost? Is my question. Why was their health showing 80 yet lost? And that's an interesting one. I'll have to look into that. The remaining food is, because we did like a really bad job of balancing the game. Let's see if we fix some of those issues. All right. Okay, so that looks good so far. We move forward. Reach Verdant Grove. Choose next route. I want to go to the Twilight Trail. And did I die again? Yes, I died. Okay, so it didn't say the lost companions a billion times this time, so that's good. And it's 2 of 10. They both fell ill this time. That can happen. But we ran out of lantern oil. So let me see. What was our lantern oil this time? 0. Maybe I'm not giving enough starting lantern oil. What do I start the lantern oil at? Let's see. Do I not have a starting lantern oil? That could be a problem right there. I don't see a starting lantern oil. That could help if I give it like a starting value. Let me see, what did I use for? Yeah, I don't have like a starting lantern oil. So we don't start with any. That would be helpful if we start with some food and some lantern oil. Let's go ahead and do it right below the names of our companions. Let's say public, static, read only. I think uh, for both of them it is doubles. Starting food is equal to 12 and public, static, read only, double starting. Um, I think I'll just say lantern oil. I use mainly oil in this, so I'll use oil and equals to 5. Now, in our player, we should start out with food equal to game config dot starting food. We can even do it in the, I don't think I do have a constructor, so let's just do it here. Go game config dot starting oil. They started at 0. So yeah. All right. Let's clear this a little bit. And let's try to move forward and go down the quiet trail. And I also want to view the status. They did both fall ill. It can happen. Um, let's look at the current status. Okay, so current status, we have 9 food, lantern oil 5. We have 80% health and 80. I probably should just put a percentile after that instead of, just 80 because it is a percent. And Graph has health of 80. So we have food and we have, yeah. I'll just go down, well, we have the quiet trail, so I'm just going to keep moving forward just to see what it prints. Talent fell ill twice, though. That shouldn't happen. That's going to be bad if they can fall ill twice. So maybe I have too many calls to possibly, possibly cause illness. Because I do it in consume resources. Let's find the references of that. All right, so where do we do it? We do it in Journey. Dot consume. Oh, we do it. Okay, so we do it twice right here. Um, yeah, right here. So consume resources was fine, but I was trying to get to the one that, trying to find this reference that I was actually at. Right. I think it was this one. Yeah, I want to go to that. I know what I'm doing at this point. Come on. All right, so trigger event. Consumes resources and also possible causes an illness. But only thing is, consume resources also causes a possibility of illness. And so what we tried to do was lower the possibility of illness when we actually raised it. So we need to actually change the way consume resources works a little bit in the player class to have a second variable of maybe this new uh, to see whether or not we cause illnesses. So I'll say false for not causing illnesses. And now let's go to the definition of that and say will possibly cause illness. It's true. We'll set to true at first, and then only do this if possibly cause illness. Then we'll do this. There we go. Now we won't cause the illness twice. The point of the safe path was to cause a slightly lesser chance for illness than than that, but we actually caused twice as much technically, or one and a half maybe, because we did less chance the second time around. But in consumed resources, it was also calling positively cause illness. So let's exit the game. We should have fixed that problem. Um, Let me see if I can find where it's printing. I want to print like a percentile here. And can we do it in all? I forget how to do all, but let me see. I think most of the stats are in Journey, so let's just see if we do this. And just making sure I just do a percentile at the end of their names and things like that. And anything with the okay, the only thing I'm going to look at now is the journey. And there's display status, there's display progress, but I want to see the end stats just to make sure. Yeah, I got that. Okay, good. All right, let's clear that out and try one more run. The only thing we can do is move forward at this point. So we're just going to go to the quiet. Okay, so we didn't actually have anyone fall ill that time because there's less of a chance now. Grass has fallen ill, new health 80%. In fact, we can look at the status 100 for Talon and 80 for Grath. We're just going to move forward. And I'm going to see what the current status is. Oh. That was that was part of our, we might want to put that as our log is a bit long on that one. That's probably why I had some separation of that. I could probably just say the slower pace. Yeah, I want that in one line, so I want to change up what it says when we actually visit the safer path, which is in Journey, I believe. So we need in trigger event. So for trigger event, and let's get this a few less words. The slower path consumes extra supplies. I think that'd be fine. But yeah, I did die. I ran out of food, but both my companions were lost by the end because I didn't go hunting for food or anything like that. So I was kind of expecting that to happen, which is good. So they're both dead. Um, Now the icons, maybe I should give a little bit of space in between because the way they print is a bit bigger than the way I'm giving space for. um, It'll look a little weird whenever I print just their name. I could put like an X instead of this icon of death, and then it would look a little better. That might be just a solution for it. So that would be, should be in Journey. That'd be in display progress. And let's go ahead and do that. Display progress. Instead of this, I will print an X since it will take up a monospace amount. And all right, so let's say I'm just walking. Okay, and then we get an X instead, and then it looks a little better. Okay, and yeah, all we did was walk the slower path, and companions may fall ill. We could have print something whenever they did fall ill. So we do say that they have fallen ill. So we could print like put that as part of the log when they fall ill. Let me see. Where is that? I think where's possibly that's probably in player is the problem. And if they possibly lose or possibly cause illness, it's hard to print that because it's in the player and not the journey. Like I mentioned, I could possibly make this log event a public static thing and move it to like a utility class, which the problem is it's going to need an access to the current milestone. And we could pass it in, but I don't want to change it that much, so I'm not going to worry about it because we've been going for quite a while. So I want to, and those are things that you can improve later. I mean, right now it's just like, oh, I didn't log this as an entry. Oh well. I can always move this out of Journey, make it a static method, some other class, event logs, and probably move some of these other things that just do event logs, and then pass in the timestamps and things like that. That's something you can do. It's not too hard, but it's just there's no point for me to spend time on that during this live stream. So instead, I will continue on and do the Foggy Hollow and the Ravager's Path, since we seem to have everything else pretty well working now. See, and I'm just saying, yeah, the journey log was iron oil 5. There we go. And this now is on one line instead of multiple, which is it's fine. I kind of want to put a period at that. Slower pace. Let me see. Where's the slower pace? I think that's in. I think it's in here. In the yeah. Here. I just want to put a period at the end of the sentence. Okay. So there's that. Now, let's go back to the other two things that we need to create, which in Journey are the fog encounter and the bandit encounter. So first, let's go ahead and create the bandit encounter. I think they're both very, very similar. So what I'll do is create a new encounter, and it's going to be a bandit encounter. And this is going to be in the same namespace as the other encounters. And then this is going to be a public class bandit encounter that is going to implement the encounterable interface, which is going to yell at me until I implement the encounter method. So we need a public void encounter, which takes in a journey. And I want to log the bandit event, log event, and let's go ahead and say I'll use this for bandits. Bandits have ambushed your caravan. And then console.writeLine. I'll use a standard interpolate, not a standard, a standard raw string literal, a non-interpolated raw string literal. In other words, what will you do? Give them an option. One, call on the warrior for help. Two, push through blindly, which will cause some issues. Okay, so we've already asked them their choice. So let's do a switch on their choice. Switch console.readline. And then in this, um, I'm going to have something that will try to call the companion. We already have this companion.call, and I need to wrap that into a call companion from player. I'll show you why. Let me see, get my planter out. Here we go. Is weather player out? Call companion. I think I still have. Thought that was in player. Yeah. So basically, I just need to find the companion, and when they use their ability, um, also lose some health. They don't have access to player here. And the player is what loses the companion health. The player is what has access to a lot of the companion stuff. But we could probably, I wonder if we can do, yeah, we do have health. So we could say that we have a new variable for game config. And that's going to be how much we lose whenever we use a companion. We can put it right below the companion, or just right below the health loss on resource depletion. Public, static, read only, and health loss on companion use equals, and let me see what I use for this. I think I probably used around 20, I imagine. Let's see, what did I use? Health. 35. All right. I'm pretty harsh on the game because it's similar to Oregon Trail, so you can't use them too often. And there's only 10 paths, so I did do that. Then in the encounter, since we have, not the encounter, since we have in here in the warrior and the mystic, the health, access to the health, when we call the call method, I'm wondering if I do need this call companion at all. I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Because I think what I can do is make sure that we just call this and lose some health when we do it. So what we can do is after they use that ability, we can say, do we even have a lose health? Um, mm, game config dot health loss and companion use. Um, yeah, we could just do that because they have each companion has a lose health method, and that should be fine. Yeah, yeah, so I'll lose that amount of health. I think we'll just do that because that makes things simple. So we'll just add a way of losing health after they use their ability. That way that we can't infinitely spam using these companions. They were always going to do that. And you did not want to put the using statement up there like the other one did. Using the withering dot configuration. There we go. All right, so that should work. Then we can just do, instead of doing a wrapper, we can just, I think right here, do do we have access to the companion? Do we have access to the companion? That's my question. Right, we have access to the journey. We have access to player. But do we have access to the Mystic and Warrior? I don't think so. We think we'd have to actually journey.player.companions. Yeah, it's going to be hard to do the right one. We're going to find the right companion and find them by name. Since they're a list and not a dictionary, we will have to find them. I could wrap that into a method just for the ease of that, of finding them, because it is a for each loop to make sure that we find the right one. But I think instead I'll just put the functionality here, which either way is fine. I just need to make sure I find it. All right, so um, we need to look through and look for the right companion that's going to be used. That's the problem, is that we don't have this specific companion here. This is not the companion class, it's the bandit encounter class. We have access to the journey, which has a player, and the player has a list of companions, but we have to sort through that list and find where the companion that we want to use is. And the companion that we want to use is going to be, the companion name is, oh, the mystic name in this one. So we can do that. I might just wrap it, but I don't think so. I'm just thinking, for each, here's what we'd have to do. Var companion in journey dot player dot companions. Then we had to find if companion dot name dot equals, and for this one we will do journey dot player dot mm, no, it's a game config. Yeah, game config dot mystic, or is it it's a bandit encounter, so dot warrior name. Then we can do something. Okay. So this is the way we'll have to do it in both if we want to do it that way. What does I have a switch statement without like an option. Um, yeah, maybe I'll just do an if. I think I'll do an if because this is getting a bit complex. If it were just a one-line method, this would be something. But whenever it gets this complex, I like to switch over to if statements. And this is why I might have also changed that to a method in maybe the player class. I think I will. I think I'll just go ahead and make this a method because we're going to have to do this twice, and that way we can stick with a switch statement. So I will basically make this over, but put it inside the player class. So I will go ahead and say public void all companion string companion name. And then we can do this slightly differently. We don't have to have that. So in the player class and equals companion name. Then the string, right? Oh, there we go. Misspelling. I'm always misspelling. Companion name, and we'll do companion dot call. There we go. And we already lost health for the use in call, so we don't have to do anything there. We can just do a return right there. Just break out and return from this method. All right, so when we find the right companion, just return so we don't keep looking through companions. Now, back in the bandit encounter, we can call, first of all, with case one, um, break, case two, break, default. I figure what I'm going to do for the default. Now we can look at one in this bandit encounter. And in case one, we can simply do this. Journey dot player dot call companion game config dot and whoever handles it is warrior name. Now we can do that. Um, I think that's all we need because that's all that, yeah, that's all we really do there. And it already uses the companion. It like loses health for using them. So they lose health for being used, which makes sense. This is a harsh game. They don't gain health easily, but we can search for food and that would gain supplies, but they don't really gain health. So we have to be careful on how much we use them. Now, case two, what we're going to do if they pass through blindly. I'm going to have a method for randomly harming the companions. And I'm going to call it, it's going to be private method, private static, void randomly harm companions. Meaning that if you're attacked by bandits pushing through blindly, and I'll pass in the journey, I think. So I'll need it. then you will possibly end up hurting some companions. So we'll do it for each. And we'll do, should we do four? Actually, I think I'll do a four. It's I equals zero, I less than journey dot player dot companions dot count plus plus I. And then we'll do some sort of do they get hurt? Do they not get hurt? I think what I want to do is the we need an attack damage for bandits. How much they do. I don't think I have that yet. No, I don't have anything to do with the attack damage for bandits. So where would be a good spot? I think down below all this. I don't really need this. Well, bandits. Public, static, read only. I'll use int. Bandit, attack, damage. And let me see what I'm going to put. I'm going to use similar numbers so I can have it somewhat balanced from what I was testing. Let's see. Bandit, 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 bandit. 20. Okay. Might just want to say encounters. Something like that. Anyway. Alright, so we got bandit attack damage. Now, I can do a minimum amount and a maximum amount for the chance of damaging or chance of a bandage hitting an opponent. So let's do that. Public, static, read only. And it's min bandit chance, uh, hit chance equals, and we'll say if they're doing it blindly, we'll say the min was actually starting at 50%. Somewhere between 50 and 75% chance that they'll be hit by a bandit. All right, so that'd be pretty high chance since they're going in blindly instead of using their guy, even though using the guy is also a problem, right? All right, so uh, bull, maybe bull was hit is equal to random dot shared dot next. I probably have to use an int. And an int between game config dot min bandit hit sets game config dot max bandit hit chance plus one. And this returns an integer. Hmm. Okay, so this returns an integer between 50 and 75. So let's say that, let's see, 50 to 75% chance. That means anywhere between the numbers 50 and, well, anywhere between the numbers of 49 and 74, I think is really the way we're doing the math. Then they'll get hit. If hit chance is greater than 49, I think. It includes the origin. Yes, 50. We go from 70, we go from 0 to 99 instead of 1 to 100. So I'm just making sure that I do the math right. That should mean that if it's bigger than 48 and hit chance is less than or equal to, at that point I could say 74. I think that's right. And if it's not, it's a little bit off, right? It's like 1% off. It's not going to make a noticeable difference. I can always check the math later. Um, and I should do, hmm, max. So that would be between 50 minus 1, or I can just do greater than or equal to. Okay, equal to? No, that includes plus 1. I have to do minus 1. Minus 1, and the hit chance is less than or equal to 75. We can just say less than there. And that should take care of the minus 1 error, or 1 off error. Then we can say that the companion, what's the name of the companion? Journey dot player dot companions of I dot lose health. Do I need to put in amount? Yeah, bandit config dot bandit attack damage. There we go. It should be somewhere close. I don't know if that did the math there right, but it's greater than 0 and less than no. Well, it should start at a 50% chance. Well, I'm starting it is only giving it 25, so I think it should be greater than equal to 0 and less than max bandit hit chance, because that would give it 75% chance, but it also gives it a 25% chance, doesn't it? I'm doing my math in my head, so I'm like, this may be a little off. Maybe I should have just done this a little easier. Just done like one number. Yeah, I think if I just do bandit hit chance, maybe something like that. I don't know. I want to be between 50% chance and 75% chance. So to do a 50% chance, I would need to include every number between 0 and 49, and then every number between, no, not 0, because that'd be a 0% chance. I need to include every number between 49 and 75, but if I do that, then it's only 20 something. Yeah, I may want to just not have a minimum, and do it between, yeah, just for the moment, because my brain is like fried from all this. That I might want to change this up just a bit to be from 0 to 75. I hate doing that. Or I could look at the way I did some of these other things, because like there's a min oil gained and a max oil gained. Really look how did some of these others, because my math brain is not working. My math brain. Let me see. Food gained is random between those two numbers. That's how much food they gain. Um, but mine is more of a chance of being hit is between two numbers than it is anything. Whether they were hit or not is different. I should have done something like this. Something like that. It's less than the 75 and greater than, yeah, I could probably do that. I hate my math brain right now. My math brain. I hate my brain right now because I've been doing too much of this. It's not right. I can tell you that much. I know it's not right because this only gives them like a 25% chance because it's only the numbers between 50 and 75 ish. It's between 49 and 74 technically, but the same thing really. And we need to include more of a chance than 25% chance. So we would have to add in some more chance than this. Hit chance, yeah, we'd have to add in 50% more chance. That's the thing. It's greater than 0 though, then yeah. Yeah, I don't like this. This is I want to say this. I want to say this. I know. Greater than 0 and less than 75% chance. That means it's any number between 0 and 75, whereas we want it to be any number between 50% chance is 0 to 50 and 75. Yeah, okay. I know what I'm doing, combining checks. And hit chance less than equal to game config dot bandit min bandit hit chance and then or just between this or oh no right vertical staffs. Sometimes my keyboard I'm not on the right keys. There we go. Hit chance is greater than game config dot min bandit hit chance and hit chance is less than equal to, it still isn't right, but it's bugging me. Max. There we go. It's closer. That's not correct, but it's something. It gives me between 0 and 50, and then 50 to 75. So zero to honestly, it's 0 to 75, right? Um, yeah, yeah. I don't like that, but whatever. I'm not. I don't care that much. I'll have to fix it later. When I can do math again, I'll fix this because right now that is not right. I'll have to remember the math for this. This is way messed up. What I'm doing there. So yeah, I just wanted them to have a between a 50 and 75% chance of doing something, and now my brain's like, yeah. So that means I've been doing this for a while. Let's go ahead and at least finish it up, right? Before my brain's completely gone. Um, yeah, banding counters while I'm working on, and what we want to do is in case two, we want to randomly harm companions and journey. All right, and then after we do that, we also want to be really mean and do journey.player.consume resources. So not only do they get hurt, but they also consume resources when they don't find it. Default, we'll do the same thing. Do the same thing for two in the default. Um, so that means do the same thing as this because there's no break between it. So they're going to push through blindy if they enter the word cat. I'm going to do another one of these things too. In the bandit encounter, I really hate that. I really do. I think instead I should have just done the bandit hit chance is 50%, something like that. Public static, just so my brain read only, and it's bandit hit chance is equal to, and we'll say to cut the difference, we'll say 60, 60 is 63-ish, 62 and a half. Chance. Get rid of these two, and let's go ahead and say hit chances slash equals 0 is blah 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 is between, no, we wanted to say random.share.next next of 100, and at that point it's just that if it's less than, without that did, let's get rid of some of these parentheses. Dot bandit hit chance. All right, so now it's between 0 to a number between 0 and 63. There's a 63% chance, 62% chance since there's a less than, I believe. Something around there. But that's a little bit cleaner because I have to do this again. All right, so that will be all right. So let me do another encounter because I'm getting tired of the math. Um, fog encounter. That is the other type of encounter they can have. This is also going to implement the interface for um, encounterable. So we'll put it in namespace, same namespace we've been using, and this is the withering row.encounters. And within that namespace, we will have a public class fog encounter, encounterable. And then, of course, it's going to yell until I implement a public void encounter journey. Thank you for using that for me. Um, Similar menu as before. In fact, most of this, I think it's going to be very, 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 very similar. I don't know if I'm going to do the randomly hurt people. What I'm going to do instead is probably have a chance of a trap that happens in the fog. But what will that do? That will have them lose health. Okay, so what we're going to have is in the fog, there are some traps. They can hit a bear trapper or something like that. So in the fog, they can't see what's going on. In the bandits, they get attacked and randomly harmed by bandits. In the fog, they'll encounter traps, and so we'll need some trap type logic. But it's not going to be difficult. All we have to do is the console.write lines before, and I think I can just reuse this for kind of this. I don't even not the huntinger. I should do, oh, that went, there we go. Hunting encounter. I don't know. We'll do the same things we did with bandits. Except we're going to call some different things, and we'll change it up slightly. But for the fog encounter, it's very, very similar though. Okay, so I'll use a different icon for fog. I have one. Um, a dense fog rolls in, obscuring your path. What will you do? Call on the mystic for help or push forward blindly? I should say forward. And I should do that for the other one. Because anyway. All right. And this one would be mystic name. And we need to put a using no, using dot configuration to get access to the game config, and we're not going to do randomly harm. Instead, what we'll do is first we will do the call companion just like we did the other. That's the same exact one. Nothing changes there. What changes is what we do here. Um, Now we're not going to do two in default the same this time. I'm only going to have traps happen if they select to and push forward blindly, but I will have them consume resources instead and say something like console dot write line and do and I have an X here I'm going to use invalid choice defaulting or like consuming resources. Invalid choice, consuming resources anyway. Okay. Um, that puts I can put a semicolon after my console dot write line. And then for this, okay, we're going to log an event. So we're going to say journey.log event, and we're going to, I have an icon over here I want to use. You triggered a hidden trap in the fog. Good. Now, they triggered a hidden trap in the fog. So what's going to happen? We will select a random companion to take the damage from it. So let's select the companion. Var companion is equal to, I can still do a little bit of randomness. Generally, the player dot companions, not call companion, thanks. Of then we do random dot share dot next journey dot player dot companions dot count. So this will select one of the random companions, one companion randomly from our companions list. And we'll say companion that lose health. Um, I want the trap to have a special damage itself, and so I'm going to have that be configurable. And also we'll have a trap. Do we have a trap chance? Am I going to have a trap chance? Yeah, I'm going to have a trap chance and a trap damage, similar to what we do usually. So I will say right here, public static read only and trap damage. And trap damage is 25. Public static read only, and trap chance is equal to, and I'll put that at what I used, 35. In the fog, they'll have a 35% chance of of possibly having a trap occur. All right, lose health. And then now we're going to use game config dot trap damage. But we also have to check to see if they actually do get that trap. So we need to make sure that if the random.shared.next of 100 is less than the trap chance, if random.shared.next of 100 is less than gameconfig.trap chance. So they'll only possibly hit this. So this is a number between 0 and 99. The trap chance is like, I forget, 35, I think it was. So there's about a 35% chance that there will be a trap. Okay, because the numbers 0 to 34 will get that. So 0 to 34 is 35 numbers, 35% chance that they got a hidden trap. And one of the random companions will lose damage because they got that trap in the fog. Now, we need to actually use these encounters. That is going to be a journey. And we'll do trigger event for fog and bandit. And we need to up our trigger event, update that to include these new things. So right now we have is the event type equals the safe path. Else, if event type dot equals, we'll do bandit first. This doesn't matter because this is our programming. So ignoring case, it doesn't really matter so much because we're just making this ourselves. The player can't enter the wrong case. It's just our programming. But in case we did that, then it would be bad. So let's make sure that our programmers, and in case someone else works on the code, they're going to know how to do anything with this. So now we want to do something whenever the bandit happens. We have the bandit encounter already, so we need to call that. It's not really all that difficult. All we have to do is create an encounter. I we'll just say bandit encounter. It'd probably be easier. Uh, the encounter equals new. The encounter done. I love when I type one thing. One letter is like so long. Journey. I think they need journey. Where are we at? Oh, since we are in journey, we have to pass the instance that we're in to it because it still expects a journey. So we still have to pass that parameter. So this is the journey that we're going to pass in. This is a reference to this particular instance of the class. And then what else we have? We have fog. Else if event type dot equals. At that point, we could have just done else, but in case we want to enter more, fog, string comparison dots, ignore case, and then we will have fog encounter f encounter equals new f encounter dot encounter this. There we go. I don't think we need anything else. I think this is it. I think this is done now. So all of our player stuff has been done for a bit. We get food, we get lantern oil, we consume resources, and when we consume, oh, there's one more trigger thing. I want to have a possibility. We have a possibility for illness. We have a possibility for other things. So in Oregon Trail, you have like I mentioned, you have dysentery and disease and things like that. But I want to have one more harsh condition. It's a simple one, so it won't take that long to create. We don't even have to create a class for it. Um, and I think what I'll do is in player, and I'll have to see if I want to do this anywhere else. Don't need to do it anywhere else. Think, let's see, harsh. How many do I have? Yeah, I think that will be fine. All right, so in our game config, we're going to have a harsh weather. That's what encounter I'm going to have. So, public things have a chance of happening, right? So the very first thing is usually the chance, or you can say the damage it takes. Static, read only, int, and we're going to have it be harsh weather chance is equal to 40, and then public static read only. Then we already have a multiplier in the, mm, mm, mm. we have a multiplier in here, and we're going to change that multiplier. Food consumption and things are going to, if you're stuck in a storm, you consume more food, you consume more light. That's the idea behind this. So we're going to have a multiplier for that instead of our normal chance or normal fixed damage. So we'll do a multiplier of maybe 1.75, something like that, but this will be a double. That's why I'm going to say that, because this isn't an integer, it's a double. Harsh weather multiplier equals 1.75. All right, so back to our player. All right, that's in our core classes. Now this, we're going to do a random number between if random.shared.next of 100 is less than gameconfig.harsh weather chance. Then we'll do a harsh weather event. Harsh weather consumes more food and oil. You can't move as fast, or you may even be stuck in the storm and have to wait it out in your caravan. So we're going to have a multiplier is equal to gameconfig dot harsh weather multiplier instead of the normal. All right, so I might want to print out something that says the harsh weather thing. Is what I'm looking at. It's like, should I print something out? Let me see. This would be in consume resources. Yeah, I knew I had a little cloud I want to print out. Okay, so I want to do an event log and do do I have a journey? Oh, I can't do an event log because I'm in player. I have to remember that. But I can do a console.writeline. And we're going to do my little cloud. Harsh weather increases resource consumption. At some point, I would look at moving the log event out of the journey class because I can't really use it here or other places. So I would move it to its own thing. But for now, that should be fine. If you want to do that, it's okay. And I think that's only when you consume resources, I think we should do that. I think that'd be good enough. We don't really want to deal with too much harsh weather conditions and consumption. Thank you. All right. I think that's it. Let's run it and see what happens. Terminal, new terminal, and we can probably close one of these. Kill terminal. .net, .net, .net. Okay, we already checked one out, so we're just going to go for hunting for food. See what happens. Okay, so the caravan starts to hunt for food. Hunt failed, used some resources, but found no food. Let me check the status. We have now 10 food and 5 lantern oil. I don't know what we started with actually. We probably should print that out at some point, what we started with. But nonetheless, let's try searching for food again. There we go. We gained 12 food. Let's see what our status is. 5 lantern oil and 22 food. That's a good amount of food. We aren't losing any lantern oil when we're looking for food, and that might be something we look into. Um, but for now, because lantern oil is the hardest thing in the game, it's one of our win conditions. Like we have to, if we run out of lantern oil, we're kind of screwed. I don't really want to cost them that. Um, but yeah, I think that's okay. Okay, so what about searching for oil? Search failed. It's used resources. Let me see. We got 19 and 5. It's only using food. So we hunt for oil. We're failing. And people are falling ill, and the harsh weather is happening, and we're losing more. But we're not losing oil by doing this. Oh, I should totally print that differently. Because it's printing as a double. Gained 9. 9. So what's our current status? Yeah, I should print that differently because I made that a double and I realized that 14. But other than that, the search for oil seemed to be okay. But eventually you can find it. It's just that there's a possibility of hurting opponents and dying. Because your search failed so much. Okay, so we ended up with no food. Our companions died because we had no food remaining. I just wanted to see how much, if we just search for oil the entire time, our journey does fail, and it finds some like every one, two, let's see, one second time that time, one, two, three, third time, and then didn't find any else. It's a low chance. That I would change that printing. So you can't just spam searching for oil. Can you spam searching for food? Well, we're at 80%. We have 86 food. We definitely have enough food. 60 and 40. One's dead. So I mean, you can spam for food. So we probably want to up or decrease the amount that we do for food on that. But the core game seems to be working. So far, we need to check the bandits and we need to check the traps and things like that. We'll check that real fast. And let's make that more of a 20% chance of finding food, and even mm, lower the oil to like 20% as well. Just because this should be a harsh game. It's like Oregon Trail, right? Should be somewhat of a harsh game. So let's go ahead and run it and let's try. Oh yeah, let me fix the printing of the stats and things like that. Mm, I think that's the way I wanted to print it. I think that'll print as a number to me. And I also need to change it. That's in display status. I also need to change it other places. But let me see if it actually prints in display status first. How well it prints there, and then see if I need to use a different formatter because I sometimes forget the formatters. Yeah, that wasn't even the right formatter. I thought control, is it in? I wish it would give me a little bit of help there because I don't remember what format it was. Yeah, so I mean, we could do like do F0 for like just showing one. Well, we can have technically 2 digits, so I think a 2 digit would be fine. Yeah. And if you're wondering, people that from are not around Europe, the comma and decimal are due to my regional settings of my computer. Internally, it's stored as a decimal because that's the way computers store numbers. But yeah, that'd be fine. But for my regional settings of where I live, we use the comma where the decimal would sometimes be, and decimals where commas would sometimes be. So this is actually 5.00, if you want to know. And that's because I put a comma between the two. But this is actually an integer. I'm not even, well, no, I've got commas elsewhere, so. But F2 seems to be okay for putting a floating point number at 2 decimal points. I do want to find where I did that again. I could look it up easily, but I don't think it's too hard to just find. If I just look down, I can probably find it. That would probably be under the not hunting, oil, oil gained. There we go. That should work. This is from me checking my mic controls early. All right. Now let's try actually playing. Because at this point, I think we're at the point where we can try to move forward. Let's go to the Foggy Hollow. And let's push forward blindly because that might cause a trap. Okay, so we actually pushed forward blindly. I didn't see anything about trap high, so that's good. We're good. And we're at the next spot. We can see that. Let's move forward. Let's try going there again and just keep pushing forward blindly. And so far, I haven't seen a bandit issue, or not bandit, but a trap issue. Move forward. So far, so good. So if I do this, I need to up the there's a trap. There's a trap. So let me see. And it took 25% health. But I think that was too low of a chance to find a trap. So this is where I just like, okay, well that was okay, but it needs a higher chance to find a trap. In fact, I think I would actually up that to 45%. Oh, not the damage. Uh, well, then let's do 65% of finding a trap and bandit hit chances. Well, might as well do 65 and 65, right? Bandit attack damage. Since they can attack more than one companion, I think 20 is fine. And since this attacks one randomly, I think 25 is fine. Though we might up it because we only have 10 mission or 10 spots in our destination. But let's go ahead and look and see. I think I'm just going to move this a little bit closer. And I can probably make it a little bigger so people can see a little better and scooch that over. Now let's go ahead and still move forward and let's see how well that works first. We're going to do two and we're going to move forward blindly. I probably could put spaces in between some of these characters I have, which took a little bit more space than I thought they were. Because, yeah, this takes up like two character space instead of one. So I would say that I could put some extra space. This somehow had an extra one. But that took like one character for some reason, but the others have taken two. Nonetheless, I found a trap. If I view the current status, there's 175. So let's move forward, but this time we will call the Mystic to help. Okay, so they dispel. Now let's go ahead. Now, whenever we call on any of the characters, they do lose health for using them. So right now, we use that and they're at 65% health. We can't use them too much, so this actually has become strategic now. Let's move. Let's go there, and let us go to call on that. We're going forward, but let me see what the current status is. We're now at 30 and 75. I can use them one more time, but then I'm up to traps and things, and I have to decide whether I want to use a different path and see if I can get the other guy to help me with bandits. I'm going to go forward. I'm going to do two again because we're practicing that one, but I'm going to do pushing forward blindly. Well, the critical health that I printed earlier also worked, so they're now down at 5 health. We can still use them. Now it's very strategic though. So let's view the status. We got 5% and 75%. I think we should use them one more time because they're still alive. We're going to kill them, but and if we kill both of them, we're gone. But let's go ahead and do that. So they're perished. We can see that from the X here in our path. So that's an X. I wish I could turn that one around the other direction, but whatever. It's an icon. You don't have too many that you can use in the console, right? But we're going that way. And I could have, I guess, gone that way, but whatever. I think this makes more sense. And let's go ahead and move forward. This time, let's go ahead for our bandits. Let's push forward blindly. We got harsh weather. Didn't see any bandits attack. So no bandit attack. One's dead. Let's go ahead and move forward. and and got bandits. Let's push forward blindly. I'll have to see what's going on when we push forward blindly on bandits. Um, we don't do any printing, I think, whenever anyone gets hurt, so we might want to do that. So let's see what the current status is. Yeah, we need to print something about them getting hurt. Um, and then we'll do, let's say, I'm got 6 food left and 5 lantern oil, so that's not even an issue. So I've had no reason to search for food, and I've had no reason to look for lantern oil, and that's a problem. First of all, I should use lantern oil every time that we go forward. Should be using lantern oil and food. Actually, both of them should be consuming resources, and right now I don't think they are. So that would be something to check on. Let's go ahead and do 3 and call him the warrior. Ooh, they both died. He died. I forgot how low of health he had. Oh, okay. So we actually got pretty close. We got to 9 of 10. We were very, very close to the end. And surviving companions, no one, both lost. So on here's our journey log. We did not really consume resources, so that's something that's not working right now. We'll have to fix that. I know pretty much where that is. A fold rolls in. We'll have to look in where I printed that to obscuring your path. And probably put some extra printing and things like that. But nonetheless, I think this pretty much demonstrates what I wanted to demonstrate today. That's just some small things that I can fix easily. Just making sure that they use the oil and consume resources. All it needs to make sure is that consume resources is still being called. Because even right now in the bandit encounter, we can see we don't consume resources if the warrior is there. Um, we should still consume resources. There's the fix to that one, if you're wondering it. The fog, we should still consume resources. Um, so even though, and we should consume resources after losing health as well. Even though we're using our ability for our mystic, that doesn't mean we shouldn't consume resources. That just means we shouldn't suffer these extra trap chances. So we should always consume resources. And in fact, we could probably put that out of the switch and just be the one thing that happens no matter what after the read line or just after that. That way we don't have to have the printed 3 times. And same for the bandits, just like move it out. Just be a little plain. Um, it looks like one character here. I haven't. How's the bandit one? Just looking for the. Nope, we need another space there. And for the others, these special icons I'm using, it's just it. Fog, definitely needed more. I have to find one that prints the other fog the way it does. Just giving them an extra room, I think, would be good. Hunting. I don't think that actually takes up one. I don't think I hunted for a while though, so just in case, I think I'll do these like that. And then oil deposit, we'll do that. Just give it a little bit of extra room. And for oil deposits, consumes resources. It doesn't consume resources if you find oil. And it kind of makes sense because you're looking for oil, so you don't really want to subtract oil. Um, so I might be okay with that, not using oil and then gaining oil, you know. The only thing is, when we search for oil, we should probably also subtract our food. I would say that you would want to have a different way of just being able to consume food and not oil when you're doing the search for oil. And similar to when you're searching for food, you wouldn't want to hurt your oil, but you want, or your food, but you want to hurt your oil. Um, you can alternatively, add more food to whatever you need back after you called the consume resources. But at the moment, I think that's pretty decent. I have to find where the fog is because it's kind of bugging me. I don't know if it's in program or what, where I put the fog. Put some more spacing in between some of these things. But it's pretty decent. We just weren't consuming resources, and we should be. Of course, now it's going to be a very hard game, but that's what it's supposed to be. I don't know where the FO space G is. I would have thought that would be in either journey, which should be around here-ish. Not that. This all seemed fine on the way it printed. This actually seemed okay. I think this might take on only one, but just in case. Yeah, I don't really see anything else that's printing FO space G, but something did print something about fog. I always search for it, but all right. I will try one more run. Where is it even? No, it's right here. YO space UR path. Um, YO space UR. Let's see where that, or YO space. YO space UR. Let's see. Did we find it here, 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 here? No, no, no. I'm not even finding it. I'm not even sure where it is. Maybe it's just a misprint from the console. Could get stuck on the buffer or something. So I don't see YO space UR, and it seems to be printing fine otherwise. Like sometimes it prints good and sometimes it doesn't. Could be a buffering issue. I will clear this, do a run, and we will move forward. We've already checked the quiet trail pretty good amount. Let's go ahead and do the bandits. I'll push forward blindly. Nothing happened, but if we saw, they lost health. So whenever they do that, I should do a console.write line because I didn't even say that pushing forward blindly in the fog, I guess, or no, in the bandits encounter. I didn't actually print something about them losing health, as you can see there. I should print something about that. Probably a good write line somewhere. Eh, something like that. And then I'll just change what it says whenever they get some health loss. For this, I'll use a interpolated string, and I'll just do journey dot player dot companions of I dot name. Um, yeah, lost health, new health, and uh, and I want to say from bandits. New health, and we'll do. Let's see. New health is journey dot player dot companions of I. I could put that in the variable, by the way. Health percent. And we could also look at the others to see if we need to log something similar to that. But don't see anything crazy there. Log events seem to be okay in here. The log events seem to be okay in here that I see. And yeah, I think that's okay. We can check to make sure we do some sort of console write line. We do. Just want to put some extra spacing between these special icons. Okay, that should be good. And let's do 5 here and then try again after clear. Now, move forward. Let's take the quiet trail. We haven't done that in a while. Yeah, now we've fallen ill. Now let's go to move forward and let us go to foggy and let's push forward blindly. We got a trap, and then they felt ill. So we actually have Talon with 55% health, I think, at this point, and Garath with 80%. Um, but yeah, I mean, we'll have some small bug chesting to do here and there, of making sure we use resources when we move forward. We're using food. We should use oil too. Let me see. Not using any oil, so that's something to keep track of. If you're using food, we need to use oil too, but again, those are just small things that you fix here and there after everything else. But the game itself, it's running pretty well. I just need to fix a couple of things here and there, the printing and things like that. I'm pretty happy with it. All right, so to go over what we did. We developed a game that was similar to Oregon Trail. It's punishing. It demonstrates some new concepts. It demonstrates abstract classes and interfaces. The abstract class that we have is companion. That's our base class that defines the abstract method call. An abstract class lets you have ways of hiding complex details, and also enables polymorphism, meaning that it allows other methods, other classes to be able to implement behaviors or methods in different ways. We have a mystic class and a companion class that implement this abstract call method in completely different ways. Well, completely different in that and that made it almost exactly the same. But nonetheless, it can implement it in different ways. I do have this is ready to file bandits and this is ready to spell, but you can even make it completely different from this. But they can do it in their own unique way, and that was kind of like the point, is that abstract classes allow you to be able to hide this detail where it doesn't make sense to have a default implementation. Like, what would we actually put in this call method to be a default for a companion class. So you cannot make an object from this companion because this is an abstract class. You can only make objects from Mystic and Warrior. So you can only instantiate Mystic and Warrior. You cannot instantiate companion because this is not a fully formed class. It's not a concrete class. It's an abstract one that lets you to have regular methods, concrete methods, virtual methods, which have default implementations that you can override in child classes. And it allows you to have abstract methods that have hiding the methodology or hiding the implementation into the child classes, which implement them. Now, besides being instead of being like a virtual method where you can override the default method in the child class, you you must implement all abstract methods. Abstract methods only apply to, or abstract only applies to methods, not to properties. And in abstract classes, you can have regular things, concrete properties, concrete methods, virtual methods, and abstract methods. And these classes, abstract classes are another form of inheritance. They use the way to inherit something, and so they form where a type of something it belongs to a parent. So you have types of companions. A mystic is a type of companion. A warrior is a type of companion, and they simply use an abstract class instead of a concrete one because call doesn't make sense to have a default implementation. That's all. And it could be that you may find a way of doing a default implementation and say, well, maybe I didn't need an abstract class that time. But it's good to hide complexity sometimes and not provide a default whenever it makes sense to have that feature only implemented in child classes. We also looked at interfaces, which are not classes, and they're not classes, they're not abstract classes. These are promises. These are saying that I promise you I will implement everything within this interface wherever a child, or not even a child, wherever any class says I'm going to implement an interface, like Bandit Encounter, it absolutely has to implement the encounter. This is similar to an abstract method in that it has no method body and also hides complexity. But unlike an abstract method, there is no keywords that you can use with it. There's no access modifiers you can use with it. Public and internal are the only types that interfaces can use. Also, unlike regular inheritance or abstract classes, interfaces you can have as many as you want. You can implement as many interfaces as you want in different classes. I could have like an I don't know, I attackable, I earnable, that sort of thing. I can implement as many interfaces as I want, but I can only inherit from one thing in C sharp. C sharp has single inheritance, but allows you to implement many interfaces. An interface is simply a contract that says I will make sure to have this in whatever class implements the interface. And I use that terminology specifically. Whenever you extend a class, that's inheritance. I'm going to extend the companion class to the mystic class, to the warrior class. I am going to implement an interface, meaning I'm going to put everything that's in that interface into my new class and give it implementations. I'm going to give it a method bodies. In interfaces, you can only have methods and properties. There are some more advanced things. You cannot have fields and regular things. So for an interface, you have this one, which just has a simple encounter method that we use for all different types of encounters. Unlike Mystic and Warrior, which makes sense to be a type of something, meaning Mystic is a type of companion, Warrior is a type of companion, the encounters don't make sense in that same way. They're very different. A bandit encounter and a fog encounter and a hunting encounter and oil deposits. Fogs, bandits, oil deposits, and hunting are very different things, but they all are able to be encountered by our player in the game. So they all implement the same interface, but they're not of the same type. These are not like a type of thing. These are what they can do. An interface does not tell you what a type is, but gives it things that it can do, gives it capabilities it can do. And in this case, it gives it the capability of it having an encounter with the player. So unlike inheritance, this says, I am not what something is, but I am what something can do. I am what something does. I'm promising you that this will be in the class. So that's the difference between an interface, an abstract class, and regular inheritance. In my own course, I know there's people that are outside my course watching this, which is fine. In my own course, I'll be going over this on Wednesday, and I will be starting an educational stream very, very, very soon because I'm going to finally have time to do that now. So I'm hoping next week will be the time I start that because I'm just having to rewrite some things in my material. We did a lot of things. So you can look through all we did. We did for loops, we did randomness, we did a queue, which yes, not going to go through every single thing we did, but the queue is a new data structure that we used that allows you to put things to the back. And so the first thing that you put into a queue is the first thing you get out. That lets us have a day log of every event. So like day 2 printed this event, 3, 4, 5, all the way down. Because the first thing you pulled in is the first thing that you get out. It's the oldest first instead of the newest first. So that's why we use the queue for that. And it's a good structure. You'll see queues and stacks used often, or at least every once in a while. It's very good for searching algorithms, for sorting algorithms, that sort of thing. But for my beginners, it's just another data structure like list or dictionary that works slightly differently. It's much closer to list. And it's just that it has a specific order in which things are put in and a specific order in which things are pulled out. That's all that it really differs in. Um, and I think that pretty much covered it. We went through a lot, so and this stream has gone pretty long. We did some raw interpolated strings with some special icons that I wanted to use and things like that. But yeah, I think it's pretty good. We did some foreground coloring for the journey. You can see how I did the display progress, and we went through a for loop to display the total milestones. So we did the in-game statistics as well, and that we've done before and things like that. But I hope you learned some things, and yes, I will post this, of course, as usual. We already did the generating in-game information, and we already did all that. We even at the end had some weather conditions that could happen. So if they hit harsh weather, and then they also have illnesses that can happen while they travel. So yeah, there's a lot that we did with this, and this is put in randomly sometimes. It likes to put in things. I'll clean this up a little bit and put some more comments and things like that. But I hope you enjoyed. I'll be doing a lot more educational streams. I think I will be back to doing some game streams as well. Hoping tomorrow I will be able to. I'm still making sure that I'm caught up on all my educational stuff that I'm teaching. I still have a class that I've had the last lecture on Wednesday. Thursday, I will be, yeah, for my students Thursday, I will be here and probably do another live stream on something. I'm not sure what. No, I think Thursday I'm going to leave it for exercises because that's what's needed to be done for the exam for my students on the in mid-January, the exam there, we're going to have chapters 1 through 6 on that. I realized I'm writing a chapter 7 and also chapter 8 for the book, but apparently they're not required of the course. I find that a little odd since chapter 7 was actually reading files and things like that, but that's not required of the first level course. I'll have to change that, I think, whenever I teach it again. Anyway, this was fun. I had fun. I hope you had fun too. And I'll be around always. And if you ever need anything, I didn't really get a lot of chatters today, but that's okay. You can watch my stream later. And I hope you learned some things and probably learned some better math than I did because my math was going out the window by the end of this. And have a good time. I don't know when you're watching this, but enjoy your day, night, afternoon, whatever. Thank you so much.